Chapter 373. P.S. I'm updating while I'm at school. So I can update regularly, but I'll update twice a day. At the same time, somewhere within the light and shadow formation, the originally endlessly enchanting woman's beautiful face was now filled with an ugly expression. Yang Yen didn't expect that after entering the light-shadow grand array, she wouldn't be able to touch the Tao Lake immediately. If she wanted to get close to the Tao Lake, she would have to break through these layers of barriers. Just like Yang Yen, the beautiful man in the Yuanying stage also had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that his spirit eye was incomplete. Not only was it not as useful as a real spirit eye, but if he kept using it, he might not be able to persist. It might even worsen his already damaged spirit eye. But if he didn't use his spirit eye, how could he break through so many barriers one by one? Helpless, he could only use his spirit eye for a period of time and then quickly recover. But this way, it was destined that the long time needed to break through the barriers would be extended infinitely. Therefore, this made Yang Yen even more angry. But in this anger, she thought of Shui Wuxin and felt much better. In her mind, the woman from the Yang family who had been fooled by her could only wait outside the light-shadow grand array, helpless. Yang Yen would never have thought that Shui Wuxin, under the lead of Yan Chutian, was breaking through the barriers that even they found extremely difficult to break through. Step by step, whether it was Shui Wuxin, the other guards, or even Zhou Xiang, who disliked Yan Chutian, couldn't help but believe in him. Shui Wuxin couldn't help but feel that perhaps even Yang Yan's team couldn't break through the barriers as fast as them. Looking at Yan Chutian's back, although this woman had a gentle appearance, she had always been arrogant. For the first time, other than the heaven realm's top pride that she worshipped in her heart, she also revered another person. After advancing for a few dozen feet, the pure white Tao Lake that had disappeared finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A distance of 1,000 feet might seem extremely short, but only after personally experiencing it would one be able to understand just how many traps were present in this 1,000-feet journey. Even if Yan Chutian did his best, it still took him half a day. It was hard to imagine how much time it would take for them to succeed without Yan Chutian. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that there was no way out at all. Yan Chutian had used his spiritual eyes in succession. Similarly, Aunt Lu had also used up quite a bit of her spiritual eyes. The enormous aura that lingered around her was somewhat dispirited. After all, it was her, a Yuanying realm cultivator, who had broken the seal. Since the Tao Lake was right in front of them, Yan Chutian requested for them to rest for a while. Shui Wuxin naturally agreed to this. As for the surrounding guards, they were clearly just following along. So how could they have the face to say anything at this time? In reality, the so-called rest was merely 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Yan Chutian once again stood up. At the same time, Aunt Lu also stood up and followed behind him as before. Then he repeated his previous actions. However, the atmosphere of the crowd had already become excited once again. As each layer of the barrier was broken, the pure white lake would become a little clearer. In other words, the Tao Lake was only 10 feet away from them. However, this 10-feet distance still took more than an hour. After an hour, when the last layer of the barrier was broken, a rich and mysterious aura immediately gushed out. Even though they had yet to step into it, all the cultivators who sensed this aura felt comfortable all over. Immediately after stepping into it, an enormous lake appeared before their eyes. The lake water was pure white, and strands of white aura rose from it. They lingered on the surface of the lake and intertwined with each other, appearing rather strange. This was the Tao Lake. The Tao Lake! Seeing the Tao Lake, the faces of every guard were unprecedentedly excited. After all, the Tao Lake was right in front of them. How could they not be moved? However, not everyone was moved. Since the moment they arrived, they knew that although the Tao Lake was good, it was not a place that all the guards before reaching it would be able to enter. It had been explained long ago that if one wanted to enter the Tao Lake, They would have to pass through the Dao Gate beside the Dao Lake. However, each Dao Gate appeared without a trace, and the number of people who could enter each Dao Gate was limited. This was also why Zhou Xiang had been extremely unhappy when Yan Chutian had obtained a spot to enter the Dao Lake. Everyone spread out and searched for the Dao Gate. Yes, at Shui Wuxin's command, the guards immediately spread out and began to search for traces of the rumored Dao Gate in the surroundings of the vast Dao Lake. After giving the order, Shui Wuxin also began to search. However, she was extremely smart and unconsciously followed Yan Chutian closely. She knew that the spirit eye would have a great advantage in searching for the Dao Gate. Although Yan Chutian was aware of Shui Wuxin's little thoughts, he was not surprised. After all, if he were in her shoes, he would most likely do the same. Yan Chutian did not pay any attention to her and swept his gaze across the area. His spirit eye had already been opened, and a dim light spread out in the surrounding area, searching every inch of land. The spirit eye could see through all illusions. If there was a Dao Gate hidden, it would naturally be able to see through it. However, the Dao Lake was vast. Even if one knew that there was a Dao Gate hidden, it would still take a lot of time to truly find it. Walking along the shore of the lake, Yan Chutian searched for almost an hour before he discovered something strange on the shore of the lake in front of him. Although Shui Wuxin could not see what Yan Chutian was looking at, she knew from his actions that the former had most likely discovered the hidden Dao Gate. Sure enough, when Yan Chutian approached the source of the abnormality, he gently extended his hand. Instantly, ripples akin to a stone being thrown into the water's surface rippled out. As the ripples spread out, strands of golden light spread out. As the light continued to gather, a golden Dao Gate slowly appeared. When the golden Dao Gate appeared, it was accompanied by a rich golden light. This light did not need any words. The gazes of the surrounding guards gathered and stared at the golden Dao Gate. Dao Gate! A guard shouted excitedly with hidden surprise. He was at the 8th level of the Elixir Realm and was one of the guards qualified to enter the Dao Gate. Dao Gate! Immediately, similar cries of surprise sounded one after another. Of course, Zhou Xiang was among them. After all, he was looking forward to using the power of the Dao Lake to completely condense his embryonic 5th spiritual rune. When that time came, he might even step into the Yuanying realm. Therefore, if he could not even find the Dao Gate, how could he enter the Dao Lake? In the next moment, the surrounding figures gathered around Yan Chutian. With Shui Wuxin as the leader, they stared at the golden Dao Gate. As far as they could see, there was a clear ancient word on the top of the golden Dao Gate. 10. Yan Chutian said softly. He did not need to think too much to know that this 10 was probably the limit of the number of people who could pass through the Dao Gate. From the looks of it, less than half of their group would not be able to use the Dao Gate to enter the Dao Lake. Yan Chutian did not care about this limit. After all, he was alone and had already won a spot for himself from Shui Wuxin. Secondly, he was fully qualified to take up a spot along the way. If not for him, Shui Wuxin and the others would not have been able to reach the Dao Gate. Therefore, Yan Chutian quietly waited on the side for Shui Wuxin to assign the spots. He believed that Shui Wuxin should have been prepared for this situation. Sure enough, Shui Wuxin immediately began to distribute them in an orderly manner. In just a few words, the 9 people were chosen. Apart from herself and Aunt Lu, the rest of the guards were at the 7th level of the Elixir Realm and above and had contributed the most. 9 people, including Yan Chutian, made a total of 10 people. Shui Wuxin nodded slightly at Yan Chutian, then looked at Aunt Lu. The latter gestured. Boundless spiritual energy surged around her as she slowly walked into the Dao Gate. Seeing that Aunt Lu had safely entered, Shui Wuxin looked at Yan Chutian again and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Yan, please." Since they were already in front of the Dao Lake, Yan Chutian would not be polite and immediately stepped into the Dao Gate. Following closely behind him, Shui Wuxin also took light steps forward. Behind Shui Wuxin and Yan Chutian were Zhou Xiang and the other guards, who had an unresigned look on their faces. Chapter 374. The golden door seemed to be formless, but only when one stepped through it would one feel as if there was an invisible barrier between heaven and earth. Once they stepped through the door, a much thicker and more profound aura surged towards them from the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, not to mention Yan Chutian, even the surrounding guards couldn't help but rush into the pure white lake. Shui Wuxin also felt a little helpless when she saw this scene. However, with such an opportunity before her, she couldn't care too much and quickly rushed into the lake. At first contact, the lake gave Yan Chutian an extremely cold feeling, but soon after, a dense, profound aura surged into his body. He didn't need to deliberately absorb it as the profound aura surged towards him on its own accord. Such a situation made Yan Chutian impatiently sit down and allow the pure white lake water and profound aura to submerge his body. At this moment, Yan Chutian only had the method to condense the mystic heart, Saint Rune, in his mind. Everything had been prepared, and the condensation of the mystic heart, Saint Rune, was inevitable. At the same time, Zhou Xiang also sat down somewhere in the Tao Lake and couldn't wait to condense the embryonic form of his fifth spiritual rune. If he could truly condense the fifth spiritual rune, he would only be a step away from the Yuanying realm. If he stepped into the Yuanying realm, he wouldn't be a mere guard captain anymore. Yan Chu would also be an insignificant ant in his eyes. Huff! Her red lips gently exhaled. Somewhere in the Tao Lake, far away from the crowd, where the pure white aura lingered, Shui Wuxin and Aunt Lu sat quietly. After all, they were women. Naturally, they couldn't interact with the men while sitting in the Tao Lake. Sitting in a place far away from the crowd and with Aunt Lu's protection, Shui Wuxin also quickly sat down in the lake. She definitely couldn't waste a single bit of such an excellent cultivation environment. Just like Zhou Xiang, she was also filled with longing for the Yuanying realm. Time always passed extremely quickly while sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It was as if a day had quietly passed in the blink of an eye. A day passed, and while everyone was still cultivating, Yan Chutian slowly opened his eyes. After a day, he finally found a trace of the embryonic form of the mystic heart Saint Rune. However, after that it was difficult to make any further progress. But didn't this mean that the mystic heart Saint Rune would be difficult to condense? Yan Chutian gradually frowned as he swept his gaze around, trying to find the best location in the Tao Lake. However, when he swept his gaze around, his gaze was all about the same. This caused him to involuntarily look even deeper into the cave. He knew that there were rumors of a Tao platform in the Tao Lake. If he could find one, it might be the place where he could refine the mystic heart Saint Rune. With that thought of the mystic heart Saint Rune, his is his two's after all. Therefore, in the next moment, Yan Chutian quietly got up and slowly headed deeper into the Tao Lake. Splash! The pure, white lake water rippled around his feet. Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye and constantly swept his surroundings. However, he didn't find the Tao platform. Instead, he saw Shui Wuxin, who was sitting cross-legged in a hidden place. Shui Wuxin was half submerged in the lake water. Her thin clothes were wet and clung tightly to her delicate body, completely outlining her exquisite figure. Just a glance at her would make one's blood boil. Moreover, Yan Chutian could see Aunt Lu's existence with a slight turn of his gaze. However, Yan Chutian didn't dare to look at her because Yuanying stage cultivators had extremely sharp senses. Perhaps the other party couldn't see him now, but if his gaze fell on the other party's body, it was very likely that the other party would notice him. In fact, no matter how careful Yan Chutian was, Aunt Lu still gently opened her slightly closed eyes. In the next instant, she swept her gaze around and even looked in Yan Chutian's direction. Shui Wuxin also sensed her actions. Her heart tightened slightly as she asked softly, "Aunt Lu, what's wrong?" There seems to be a spying gaze in the dark. What? In an instant, Shui Wuxin's heart tightened. Her beautiful eyes also swept around cautiously. But with her ability, what could she see? After a fruitless search, she could only look at the middle-aged woman beside her and ask softly, "Aunt Lu, who is it?" Hearing this, Aunt Lu nodded slightly. Even though she was a Yuanying stage cultivator and had extremely sharp senses, the other party was too cunning and had hidden their tracks in an instant. However, she wasn't completely clueless. I don't know his identity, but to be able to spy through the mysterious aura of this Dao lake, it's very likely that he's using some kind of ability. Shui Wuxin wasn't a fool. Although the middle-aged woman hadn't said it explicitly, she had pretty much made it clear. Even Aunt Lu, a Yuanying stage cultivator, couldn't spy on this Dao lake. So, what else could it be but a spirit eye that could see through all illusions? As for the one with the spirit eye, it was Yan Chutian, who had followed her into this Dao lake. Casually glancing at her appearance, Shui Wuxin knew how tempting she was to those men. It was no wonder that she had been spied on. With this thought, Shui Wuxin not only felt annoyed but also embarrassed. After all, she could completely imagine what kind of thoughts would appear in the other party's mind when they spied on her. "Aunt Lu, set up the spirit veil," Shui Wuxin hurriedly said. Following her words, Aunt Lu formed a seal with her lily-white hands. Boundless spirit energy surged out and condensed around the two of them. Enormous spirit energy screens descended. The spirit veil was not only a defensive measure, but it could also block vision. Even if someone's gaze could penetrate it, it would definitely be detected by the owner of the spirit veil. At the same time, Yan Chutian had already left. As for whether the other party would think that he was spying on them, he wasn't worried. In any case, he could just deny it. Moreover, he could also push the blame to the Yuanying stage cultivator of the Yang family, because the other party also cultivated a spirit eye. Continuing to walk towards the depths of the Dao lake, Yan Chutian put away those complicated thoughts and carefully scanned the surroundings, not paying any attention to the slightest corner. He had already made up his mind to find the Dao platform. As long as the Dao platform was in this Dao lake, he would definitely find it. However, it was only when he really started searching that Yan Chutian realized how difficult it was to find the Dao platform and how vast this Dao lake was. After searching for several hours, Yan Chutian still couldn't find any trace of the Dao platform. However, it wasn't like he didn't find anything. As he searched, he seemed to sense some strange sounds coming from ahead. Silently restraining his aura, Yan Chutian cautiously approached. Under the scan of his spirit eye, he finally saw that there was also a figure slowly moving forward in the Dao, like a few dozen feet away. Yan Chutian knew the identity of this person. He should be the young master of the Jin family. He didn't expect him to also step into the Dao lake. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was clearly looking for something. When it came to searching in this Dao lake, what else could it be other than searching for the Dao platform? However, unlike Yan Chutian, the young master had a mysterious fragment in his hand. The fragment faintly emitted a light and an indescribable aura faintly spread out. It seemed to be guiding the way. This made Yan Chutian unavoidably shocked. Could it be that the young master of the Jin family was relying on this fragment to find the Dao platform? Therefore, how could Yan Chutian ignore the young master of the Jin family? He silently followed the young master's footsteps and slowly walked in the vast Dao lake. Along the way, Yan Chutian could vaguely see that the fragment in the young master of the Jin family was actually becoming more and more dazzling. Did this mean that he was constantly approaching the Dao platform? But what exactly was this fragment? It could actually sense the existence of the Dao platform. After another 1,000 feet, the fragment's light was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Yan Chutian could also see that there was a similar dazzling light blooming in front of him. From afar, it was clearly a bright platform that was several dozen feet tall and emitted a mysterious aura. This was the Dao platform. The Dao platform. Clearly, The young master of the Jin family was extremely excited when he saw the Tao platform. It was obvious that his goal was this legendary Tao platform. Therefore, now that he had found it, how could he not be excited? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 375. Looking at the platform in front of him, Yan Chutian gradually understood why the young master of the Jin family was able to find this platform. Because the fragment in his hand actually came from the mysterious platform. The aura emitted by the two items came from the same source. It was no wonder that he was able to find the platform with the fragment. Yan Chutian did not expect that he would be able to find the platform by chance. But because of this, he was destined to have a battle with the young master of the Jin family. Because there was only one platform. If the young master of the Jin family occupied it, there would not be a second platform. Therefore, at this time, Yan Chutian did not hesitate any longer. Following the gradual release of the aura around him, his body also slowly revealed itself from the darkness. The sudden appearance of the aura immediately caused Jin Hong's originally joyful mood to tense up. His cold gaze suddenly swept across the area, and in a split second, the owner of the aura entered his eyes. But when he saw the owner of the aura clearly, Jin Hong let out a sigh of relief, because the person in front of him was only at the 6th level of elixir. No matter how he appeared here, his cultivation level was only at the 6th level of elixir. A mere 6th level elixir was no more than an ant in Jin Hong's eyes. He could suppress him with a lift of his hand. But because of this, Jin Hong could not help but be surprised. How did this 6th level elixir fellow appear here? If he had followed him here, it would have been impossible. How could a 6th level Yuan Dan cultivator follow behind him without him noticing? Could it be that he really found this place by chance? And what Jin Hong did not expect was that before he could even open his mouth, the 6th level elixir ant opposite him spoke first. Young master of the Jin family, I would also like to try to ascend this platform. You're courting death. Jin Hong coldly snorted, a cold light bursting out from his eyes as he closed in on Yan Chutian. He did not expect that this unknown 6th level elixir cultivator would be so arrogant. He actually dared to fight with him for the platform. Could it be that he could not see the huge gap between him and him? Therefore, after shouting, Jin Hong did not bother to speak any more nonsense. He was determined to obtain this platform. Since this 6th level elixir cultivator was so arrogant, he did not mind killing him. Xiao! In an instant, Jin Hong's body had already burst out. He clenched one fist, and a majestic spiritual energy surged and gathered. The powerful pressure of a 9th level elixir cultivator was undoubtedly revealed. This punch, not to mention a 6th level elixir cultivator, even an 8th level elixir cultivator, would only be severely injured. Furthermore, Jin Hong did not expect that his opponent would not dodge or evade his punch. From the looks of it, he actually wanted to face him head-on. This scene caused Jin Hong to laugh mockingly. He had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a fist imprint had already landed on Yan Chutian's palms. At the moment of contact, the mocking smile on Jin Hong's face froze. When this punch landed, it was as if it had landed on a piece of metal. The rebounding force struck him, causing his own fist imprint to feel waves of pain. Looking back, Jin Hong's face turned ugly. He could not believe what he saw. This 6th level elixir cultivator was actually standing on the spot without moving at all. He did not seem to be injured at all. But how was this possible? How could a mere 6th level elixir cultivator block his full strength punch? That punch had clearly shaken him to the point of pain. But no matter how unbelievable it was, this was the truth. Whether it was the pain in his hand or Yan Chutian's faint smile, they were all silently repeating the truth. Jin Clan's young master, the power of your punch is not enough. At the same time, Yan Chutian's disdainful voice sounded in a timely manner. This undoubtedly stimulated Jin Hong's nerves. To him, this was the greatest humiliation to himself. However, he could not refute this. He could only pour all his anger into the next violent attack. The vigorous spiritual energy was quickly mobilized. The huge aura that was emitted was something that even the 5 young masters of the top 5 regions in the mortal world could not compare to. And this was only a heaven's pride from a certain corner of a barren continent in the heaven realm. From this, it was not difficult to know the huge gap between the mortal world and the heaven realm. It was no exaggeration to say that such a gap was like heaven and earth. Back to the topic at hand. When the spiritual energy around Jin Hong's body surged to the extreme, a powerful attack was also brewing. Cloud-destroying star, splitting finger. Xiao! As he pointed out with his finger, a sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. The power of this finger was so strong that even if a star were to stand in its way, it would be destroyed. This was one of the powerful spirit techniques that Jin Hong had cultivated. Although it was not the strongest, most of the time, even cultivators of the same level would fall under this spirit technique of his. However, what Jin Hong did not expect was that under his gaze, in the face of the power of his finger, the other party still did not dodge. It was as if his attack was still nothing in the other party's eyes. This made Jin Hong's heart burn with anger. However, perhaps because of the previous incident, he did not say anything ruthless. However, that ferocious and terrifying face still announced the huge flames in his heart. Jin Hong's idea was extremely simple. As long as he cruelly defeated the other party, it would be time for him to mock him wantonly. However, when the power of this finger really descended, a scene that Jin Hong could not accept was played out again. With a finger, it descended on the seemingly ordinary spiritual energy light screen. However, in the end, it was unable to break it. The ordinary spiritual energy light screen actually had an unimaginably amazing tenacity. No matter how fierce and violent the attack was, it was constantly being consumed under the light screen. Damn it! Jin Hong gritted his teeth. With a low shout, he activated his spiritual energy and completely detonated the power of this finger. With the complete explosion, his face finally looked better. This was because the spiritual energy light screen had completely exploded under the power of this finger. However, when Jin Hong's face looked better, at the same time that the power exploded, a hidden force suddenly attacked. He quickly glanced over. Jin Hong completely did not expect that the other party would dare to take the initiative to attack. You don't know the meaning of death. Jin Hong was furious. As he waved his hands, he had already turned the turbulent spiritual energy in his body into layers of feathers to protect his body. Mysterious feather armor. When the feathers were completely formed, it was as if a feather armor had been draped over his body. However, Jin Hong was very clear that although his feather armor looked fragile, its defensive power was extremely strong. Moreover, in terms of defense, the mysterious feather armor could reflect almost half of the power back. If the enemy was not prepared, they could be directly injured by the mysterious feather armor. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the hidden force had already bombarded the mysterious feather armor. The result was as Jin Hong expected. The attack that the other party bombarded the mysterious feather armor could not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, the reflection force directly pushed the other party back dozens of feet. This scene finally caused a proud and complacent smile to appear on Jin Hong's face. At the same time, Yan Chutian's face was slightly stunned. As he retreated, his spiritual eye had already swept over and landed on the strange feather armor. After a while, Yan Chutian gradually realized that this feather armor not only had a strong defensive power, but also had an extremely strong reflection force. He had to admit that the heaven realm was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even a random cultivator could not ignore it. Otherwise, with Yan Chutian's current situation, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. However, since he understood No matter how strange this feather armor was, it could only end up being destroyed today. Seeing that Yan Chutian had once again gathered his strength to attack, Jin Hong did not have the intention to counterattack. Instead, he lifted the mysterious feather armor again, revealing a playful smile on his face. In his heart, he thought that no matter what, the other party would not be able to hurt him. Instead, the other party would be injured. This would definitely be very interesting. Moreover, only such a teasing could make Jin Hong disperse the anger in his heart. Otherwise, even if he immediately suppressed it, he would not be able to vent the negative emotions. Looking at Jin Hong's expression, Yan Chutian was expressionless. Of course, he could not control the other party's emotions. However, he would tell the other party that the real result would not be as good as he thought. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 376. Yan Chutian's aura continued to accumulate, lingering on his right fist. When the aura seemed to have reached its peak, he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. With the help of the recoil force, his body shot out. Seeing such an ordinary punch coming at him, the ridicule on Jin Hong's face was revealed without any concealment. Such an attack was not much different from before. Naturally, it would be useless in front of his mysterious feather armor. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir. Even if he had some outstanding points in front of his own cultivation of the 9th level of elixir, what could he do? Under the two people's different emotions, Yan Chutian's fist finally collided with Jin Hong's profound feather armor. However, what surprised Jin Hongwei was that he did not feel the slightest bit of vibration from the punch. Could it be that the power of his opponent's punch was so weak that even his mysterious feather armor could not be shaken? However, before Jin Hong could sneer, he suddenly saw a strange smile on Yan Chutian's face. This made him subconsciously feel that something was wrong. In the next instant, a sudden surge of power directly exploded in front of his body. Boom! After the huge explosion, a huge wave of air was sent flying again. It was enough to make the space tremble. Jin Hong did not expect such a sudden explosion. Even if he had the protective spiritual energy, it was torn apart in a moment. The surging power continued to attack. Not only did it tear his clothes apart, but it also hit his chest. The power of vibration spread. Jin Hong only felt his throat heat up, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was naturally retreating in a sorry state. He barely managed to stop himself. At this moment, Jin Hong did not even have time to care about his injuries. He immediately looked at Yan Chutian. He found it hard to accept that the explosive force had suddenly appeared in front of him, but the mysterious feather armor had clearly blocked in front of him. How was this possible? Looking at Jin Hong's embarrassed and shocked face, Yan Chutian calmly withdrew his fist. The reason why his attack was able to penetrate the opponent's armor was naturally because it was not a simple attack, but the mysterious yang energy. The mysterious yang energy's attacking method was impossible to guard against. It was obviously just an ordinary punch, but there was a hidden force that permeated the air. The true power of the mysterious yang energy was precisely the second eruption of this hidden energy. When caught off guard, the sudden eruption of hidden energy was enough to cause unpredictable damage to the enemy. Jin Hong's current situation was an excellent demonstration of the Xianyang energy. At this time, since he had already succeeded, Yan Chutian naturally would not give him a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the victory, the mysterious yang energy burst out again. The fist fell on the mysterious feather armor, but there was still not much movement. However, with the previous encounter, Jin Hong did not dare to underestimate it now. He was carefully on guard, and the spiritual power around his body had already gathered. Not letting down Jin Hong's vigilance, the mysterious yang energy suddenly burst out in front of him, like before. This time, even if Jin Hong was prepared, When the hidden energy really burst out, it was still difficult for him to resist. Even if a lot of the power was reduced, the remaining power still made him retreat a few steps, and the aura in his body was turbulent again. After that, Jin Hong quickly retreated and did not dare to stay in the same place for a moment. Otherwise, if the opponent continued to take the opportunity to attack, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist under such a strange attack method. Looking at Jin Hong's retreating figure, Yan Chutian did not take the opportunity to attack again. Instead, he stayed in the same place and stabilized his own situation. The strength of the mysterious yang energy was almost half due to the mysterious yang energy. However, the mysterious yang energy was not the same as spiritual power. Even the current Yan Chutian had a limited amount of it. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal such a reason. As Jin Hong rapidly retreated, Yan Chutian's mocking laughter rang out once again. "Young Master Jin, fleeing in such a sorry state. Is it because you know you can't beat me and are ready to give up the platform?" Yan Chutian's smile made Jin Hong want to spit out a mouthful of blood. The humiliation in his heart was almost unbearable. However, he could not find any words to argue with, because his current situation was that he was fleeing in a sorry state. However, in the end, he was relieved that the opponent did not continue to attack. Otherwise, his situation would be even more panicked. However, it was also because of this that Jin Hong, who turned around, could no longer show the slightest contempt on his face. Yan Chutian's performance had reached a level that was enough to threaten him. Even if Jin Hong did not want to believe it, he had to admit that if he continued to underestimate him, it was very likely that he would fail miserably today. If he really failed miserably, the consequences would be too great. Not only would it be an unacceptable humiliation for him, but it would also cause him to lose the platform. And this platform would determine whether he could attempt to break through to the Yuanying state. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let go of this platform. If he let it go, who knew where the next opportunity to break through to the Yuanying state would be? "King True Yang pattern!" Jin Hong shouted in a low voice. His eyes revealed a dignified expression as strands of mysterious patterns gathered continuously. After a while, the patterns had condensed into a spiritual pattern that emitted a dazzling light. This spiritual pattern was extremely powerful. It spread out with a huge pressure that many Elixir Stage 9 cultivators could not resist. This King True Yang pattern was the fourth spiritual pattern that Jin Hong had condensed, and it was complete. Although he had also condensed the fifth spirit rune, it was not complete. He was waiting for the opportunity of the Tao platform to complete it. Seeing that his opponent had used the spiritual pattern, Yan Chutian's expression also turned solemn. This was because, with his eyesight, he could easily tell that this was the fourth spiritual pattern. Great Thunder Pattern! With a low shout, Yan Chutian also summoned his fourth spiritual pattern. A lightning rune appeared in the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Dazzling lightning could be clearly seen brewing around the lightning pattern. It could descend at any time like the wrath of the heavens. King True Yang pattern, kill! Almost at the same time that Yan Chutian summoned his spiritual pattern, Jin Hong could not wait to summon his own spiritual pattern. Instantly, the dazzling light became even more dazzling. At the same time, it spread out with an extreme heat. Amidst the light and heat, an arrow that was surrounded by flames gradually emerged from the King True Yang pattern. This flaming arrow did not move, but in the next moment it suddenly exploded. Instantly, a monstrous flame exploded behind the arrow, and the energy waves that it emitted were extremely powerful. Whoosh! A fire arrow, as if piercing through space, directly appeared in front of Yan Chutian. Feeling the energy waves emitted by this flaming arrow, even a 9th level elixir cultivator would be seriously injured by this spiritual pattern arrow if he was careless. It was no exaggeration to say that this was Jin Hong's most powerful attack. Facing such an attack, Yan Chutian naturally would not underestimate or hesitate. He immediately activated his great thunder pattern. Boom, boom! That lightning pattern had a huge roar of thunder that spread rapidly. At the same time, the lightning that had been brewing around the lightning pattern completely exploded and went straight for the flaming arrow enveloping it. Yan Chutian's great thunder pattern had never restrained its momentum. Its power was like a movement, big and big, huge and turbulent. Boom! The flaming arrow and the surging lightning quickly collided in midair. However, no matter how terrifying the arrow was, it still trembled when the lightning enveloped it. However, that was all. When the lightning invaded, the dazzling flames burned fiercely. The lightning was unable to damage the core of the arrow. Otherwise, the flaming arrow would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, it seemed that this was a result of a tie. However, even if it was a tie, Jin Hong's expression was still ugly and gloomy. This was because he was a 9th level elixir cultivator, which was 3 levels higher than his opponent's cultivation. Therefore, even if it was a tie, how could he be happy? On the contrary, it was still a huge humiliation. At this moment, Jin Hong looked at Yan Chutian with a fierce gaze, as if he wanted to bite him into pieces. This guy was clearly a 6th level elixir cultivator. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Chapter 377. Jin Hong's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a troublesome level 6 elixir cultivator. If he could, he really wanted to tear this level 6 elixir cultivator into pieces. However, Jin Hong knew that it would be difficult to do so. After exchanging blows, the strength of this level 6 elixir cultivator had far exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, in Jin Hong's opinion, Yan Chutian's true strength was comparable to some level 9 elixir cultivators, or even stronger. This was because many level 9 elixir cultivators did not dare to say that they could fight him to such an extent. However, he still had the same words. He was determined to obtain this Dao platform, and he could not afford to lose it. Therefore, in the next instant, Jin Hong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When he lifted his gaze again, there was a fierce glint in his eyes. Next, he would go all out, and this kind of recklessness would require him to pay a huge price. Since his opponent had forced him to such an extent, he would have to bear the consequences of such a price. Divine Mystic Demonic Rune. After brewing for a moment, Jin Hong's low voice slowly rang out. A black, magma-like substance continuously spread out from his body. This black substance did not have any terrifying fluctuations, but when it spread out, it caused the space to melt. It was hard to imagine what kind of destruction this substance would cause if it landed on a cultivator's body. The black substance spread out and finally converged above Jin Hong's head. As the substance converged, a mysterious spiritual rune that emitted a jet-black light slowly appeared. The mysterious spiritual rune continued to appear. The more the spiritual rune appeared, the more obvious the melting of the surrounding space was. It was as if the space was collapsing due to the power emitted by this spiritual rune. However, Yan Chutian could clearly see that this black demonic rune was constantly appearing, but in the end, it could not be completely revealed. At the end of this spiritual rune, there was a hint of fragmentation. Obviously, this spiritual rune was not completely condensed. Therefore, Yan Chutian could guess that this was the 5th spiritual rune that the Jin family's young master had condensed. From the looks of it, even Shui Wuxin was inferior to him. Feeling the corrosive power of the magic pattern, Yan Chutian still did not dare to underestimate it. After all, he had yet to condense the 5th spiritual pattern and had only found the way. However, this did not mean that he had to be afraid, because he had condensed the mark of the true dragon. The true dragon mark was a taboo, not only in the mortal world, but also in the heaven realm. Such a true dragon mark was enough to give Yan Chutian great confidence. With this thought, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate any longer. He silently closed his eyes and slowly activated the true dragon mark in his body. Wah! A dazzling flame appeared first, and within the flame, a four-legged giant beast was faintly discernible. Yen Chutian was unwilling to reveal his true dragon mark. Hence, even if he used it, he would conceal it. However, even so, when the true dragon mark appeared, it still made Jin Hong keenly feel a trace of danger. However, in the next moment, Jin Hong abandoned this feeling. No matter what kind of spiritual rune the other party had used, it had already forced him to use the incomplete, divine, mystic devil mark. To make him pay the price, he had to bear the consequences. Divine mystic devil mark lock. Wah! With a stern shout, wisps of black aura appeared on the dark black devil mark. Following that, from the black aura, there were actually black chains that shot out, heading straight for Yen Chutian. Jin Hong was well aware of the tyranny of his divine, mystic devil mark. As long as it was bound by the devil mark lock, no matter what it was, it could only be melted bit by bit. His first target was naturally Yen Chutian. However, the lock could not trap him, but it was enough to bind his spiritual runes. Under the melting of his own devil mark lock, it could annihilate the spiritual runes, and this annihilation was the real thing. It could completely erase the spiritual runes from the other party's Dantian elixir. Seeing the devil mark lock shooting towards him, Yen Chutian naturally would not let himself be trapped. He immediately manipulated the true dragon mark above his head, and from the dragon's mouth, a monstrous hot flame gushed out. Boom! Billowing flames surged out, instantly enveloping the devil mark lock. Being enveloped by the flames, Jin Hong's expression suddenly changed, because he felt the devil mark lock collapsing from the flames. The devil mark lock of his divine, mystic devil mark was actually unable to resist the burning of the other party's spiritual rune fire. However, Jin Hong's reaction was sharp. He immediately felt the devil mark lock collapsing, and he immediately formed seals again, sacrificing his own power into the divine, mystic devil mark. A steady stream of power poured in, and from the dark black devil mark, strands of black aura slowly fell down like vines. In the intertwining of the black aura, a black palm print gradually condensed. Just like the spiritual rune itself, this black palm print did not fluctuate, but if an ordinary person looked at this black palm print, they would feel a sense of suffocation. It was not difficult to know that this black palm print was not as simple as it looked on the surface. If hit by this black palm print, perhaps even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would be seriously injured or even killed. Facing this black palm print, Yen Chutian's countermeasure was the same as before, using the true dragon mark to resist. Roar! The true dragon roared, accompanied by a huge roar, and scorching flames constantly surged, rushing towards the black palm print. After a moment, the true dragon mark and the black palm print fiercely collided. At the moment of collision, a huge roar resounded again. However, this time, it seemed that Jin Hong's attack finally gained the upper hand. The black palm print pressed down, and the scorching flames were constantly extinguished. Then, this black palm print appeared above the true dragon mark's body. However, this scene did not make Jin Hong happy. In the next moment, a powerful force swept out from the blurry body, and the force was so great that it directly forced the black palm print back. And it was also at this moment that Jin Hong seemed to have seen the full appearance of the true dragon mark. In the blurry state, he seemed to have seen a dragon's head. True dragon. Jin Hong was in a daze, and he even forgot to defend himself. Instead, he kept thinking about the scene he saw in the blurry state. Even though the scene appeared for only a moment and was immediately covered by flames, the scene that appeared in the blurry state was incomparably clear in Jin Hong's mind at this moment. Jin Hong's reaction made Yen Chutian suddenly realize something, but there was nothing he could do about it. The true dragon mark was extremely powerful, and it could not be limited by the number of spiritual runes condensed. However, the more power it unleashed, the more the full appearance of the dragon mark would appear. However, since it was already like this, Yen Chutian naturally would not let it go. Taking advantage of Jin Hong's daze, he quickly attacked. Therefore, after a moment, Jin Hong, who was seized by Yen Chutian, was defeated in a sorry state. His body fell back into the Tao lake, and Jin Hong tightly clutched his chest. However, compared to his own defeat, what he was more concerned about was the last spiritual rune that the other party had just displayed. What exactly was it? He vaguely saw a dragon's head, and of course he thought of the true dragon mark, but then he did not dare to think about it. What was the true dragon mark? It was a forbidden spiritual rune, not to mention the poor corner of the 9-yang continent in the heaven realm. Even among the many geniuses in the rich continents, none of them had ever condensed a forbidden spiritual rune. But now he actually saw a cultivator who had condensed a forbidden spiritual rune. How was this possible? Jin Hong was bewildered, and Yen Chutian naturally did not have any intention of paying attention to him. Otherwise, if the true dragon mark was really exposed, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Because of the appearance of the true dragon mark, there was no need to think too much to know that it would definitely attract the people of the God realm. If he fell into the hands of the God realm, regardless of whether his identity was exposed or not, he would definitely die. Seeing Yen Chutian's fierce gaze, Jin Hong could only retreat. Otherwise, if the other party attacked again, it was not impossible for his life to end here. As for the true dragon mark, he had already forgotten about it. Firstly, he found it hard to believe that it was really the true dragon mark. Secondly, he had failed to fight for the Tao platform, and just now he had used the celestial demon mark. Next, he did not have much confidence in perfecting it by relying on the Tao lake. Not to mention whether he could use this opportunity to break through to the Yuanying realm in one go. At the same time, looking at the Tao platform in front of him, Yen Chutian no longer had the excitement from before. Because his true dragon mark was very likely to be exposed, it seemed that he could only cultivate on the Tao platform and leave immediately. Chapter 378. After making up his mind, Yen Chutian's gaze once again landed on the platform. Only by looking at this profound Tao platform could Yen Chutian's state of mind slightly calm down. With the help of this platform, he was confident that he could successfully condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. If he could condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune, his strength would increase by a lot. This was because the Mystic Heart Saint Rune would be Yen Chutian's 5th spiritual rune. If a level 9 elixir cultivator condensed 5 spiritual runes, they would have the ability to break through to the next level, which was the Yuanying state. The reason why condensing 5 spiritual runes would allow one to break through to the Yuanying state was because the number of spiritual runes was above the level of elixir and could be divided into 5 directions. Only by using this method could the Yuanying miniature man be born and achieve Yuanying. 5 directions was the minimum requirement. The more spiritual runes one condensed, the more perfect the miniature Yuanying miniature man would be. At the same time, the power of the Yuanying elite man would be even more domineering. With this thought, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated and immediately stepped onto the platform. Finally, he sat cross-legged on top of the platform. The moment he sat cross-legged, an incomparably dense and mysterious aura enveloped him, just like when he was in the Tao lake. However, since it was a platform, it naturally had its differences. He could vaguely feel that within the mysterious aura of the platform, there seemed to be a trace of inexplicable warmth. Yen Chutian did not need to think too much to know that this trace of warmth was the foundation of the Tao platform, surpassing the Tao lake. Therefore, how could he hesitate? He immediately absorbed the warmth without restraint. At the same time, his mind settled down, and the Mystic Heart Saint Rune, which he had set aside not long ago, appeared once again. Time always passed extremely quickly during cultivation. It was as if 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 10 days later, Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The mysterious aura that enveloped her was constantly dispelled, and an icy cold aura continuously spread out from her delicate body. This situation immediately alarmed Aunt Lu, who was beside her. As someone who had already stepped into the yuanying state, she naturally understood what was going to happen to Shui Wuxin. This was the sign before the spirit inscriptions were completely condensed. Thus, the middle-aged woman immediately stopped what she was doing. Instead, she swept her imposing gaze over the crowd. At the same time, there was also a boundless power that was even more boundless than the spiritual screen from before. Currently, she had already unleashed her full cultivation. If anyone were to approach her, they would immediately be torn to pieces by her vast power. However, there were no outsiders in the surroundings at this moment. After all, the Tao Lake was incomparably vast. Even if there were others present, it would be extremely difficult for them to notice this place. However, it was indeed extremely difficult. In the end, some of the figures in the Tao Lakes were alarmed by the disturbance. When she got closer and saw Shui Wuxin, who was protected by the middle-aged woman, her originally charming and alluring face immediately turned incomparably ugly and malevolent. Yang Yan never thought that such a scene would appear in front of her eyes. Originally, she had thought that it would be extremely difficult for Shui Wuxin to even enter the Tao Lakes, let alone condense the fifth spirit inscription with the help of the Tao Lakes. However, not only had she appeared in the Tao Lakes, but from the looks of it, she had clearly been sitting in the Tao Lakes for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be at the final stage of condensing the spirit inscription. However, how was this possible? She should have been the one to enter the Tao Lakes first. She should have been the one to condense the spirit inscription first. How did it become Shui Wuxin? At this moment, Yan Yan was almost biting her red lips with her pearly white teeth to draw blood. The blood-red intent in her beautiful eyes was like fresh blood that was about to flow out. However, no matter what, she did not dare to cause any damage. This was because she could feel the enormous pressure that the middle-aged woman was exerting. Even now, she could already feel several auras locking onto her. She was afraid that if she made the slightest move, she would immediately be killed by these auras. Therefore, the only thing Yang Yan could do was to continuously curse in her heart. She cursed Shui Wuxin for failing to condense the spirit inscription. It would be best if she could even suffer a backlash and never recover from the setback. However, as time passed, all she could see was that Shui Wuxin's spirit inscription was getting on the right track. At the final moment, she could only watch as Shui Wuxin opened her eyes in joy. Her face was filled with the joy of successfully condensing the spirit inscription. Shui Wuxin was indeed extremely excited. She had successfully condensed the fifth spirit inscription. This meant that she could now attempt to break through to the yuanying realm. If she could break through to the yuanying realm, then she would be the first among the 4 great families' geniuses to step into the yuanying realm. As she was overjoyed, Shui Wuxin's gaze naturally swept over to Yang Yan. At this moment, the latter did not even have time to restrain her emotions and was seen through by Shui Wuxin. Therefore, Shui Wuxin naturally did not have a good temper when facing Yang Yan. She immediately said in a contemptuous tone, "Junior Sister Yang, have you finally found the Tao Lakes?" Shui Wuxin's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Yang Yan speechless. She wanted to ask how Shui Wuxin was the first to enter the Tao Lakes, and how she passed through the Great Light Shadow Formation. However, not to mention that she was probably not Shui Wuxin's match now. Just the presence of that middle-aged yuanying realm woman was enough to suppress her to the point that she did not dare to speak. Therefore, Yang Yan could only silently suppress the flames in her heart and silently retreat. Looking at Yang Yan's unwilling retreat, Shui Wuxin, who was usually gentle, felt a sense of carefreeness emerge in her heart. Then, she turned around and looked at her surroundings, no longer having any intention to continue cultivating. Because if she wanted to improve, she would have to find that legendary Tao platform. Otherwise, with just the Tao lakes, even if she sat cross-legged and cultivated for a long time, her progress would be limited. Take Aunt Lu, who was by his side, for example, with her cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. This Tao lake was at most a decent place to cultivate. At the same time, on a mysterious Tao platform somewhere in the Tao lakes, Yan Chutian's eyes, which had been tightly closed for a long time, finally slowly opened on this day. The moment he opened his eyes, a wisp of light flashed from the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Yan Chutian's mood was incomparably solemn. He had reached the final moment of the mystic heart, Saint Rune's condensation. The mystic heart, Saint Rune, tested one's heart. Only with a firm will one have a chance of condensing it. In addition, the absorption of the energy of heaven and earth during the condensation process must be endless. Otherwise, even if the condensation was successful, it would only end in failure. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had grasped both conditions. Therefore, the condensation of the mystic heart, Saint Rune, had reached the final step. Huff! Gently exhaling, Yan Chutian opened his eyes for a moment, then closed them again. However, this time, it was destined to be different from before. In addition to continuously absorbing the energy of the Tao platform, there was also a violent aura that was gradually brewing. This was the final test of the mystic heart, Saint Rune. If he could withstand the storm, he would be enlightened. If he could not, he would fail and suffer a backlash. As his eyes were tightly shut, what greeted him was an eternal darkness. However, the darkness did not last long. There were actually specks of light emerging from the darkness. However, if one looked carefully, they were not specks of light. They were clearly white skulls. In the empty eye sockets of the skulls, a wisp of green fire was faintly discernible. A sense of eeriness spread out. Even if one did not get close, they would still feel extremely terrified. However, Yan Chutian's willpower had already been through hundreds of battles. Such a simple scene could not affect him at all. Therefore, not long after, the white skulls all disappeared. Following that, more and more strange things appeared one after another. Perhaps in the eyes of most cultivators, this was an extremely frightening scene. However, Yan Chutian remained calm like an old monk in meditation. It was because his willpower was like a boulder. No matter what the situation was, it could not be affected. However, at a certain moment, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. When he saw a woman covered in blood, as if she was drifting in the wind, he finally could not help but exclaim, "Qiu Yu! Kacha!" With the sound of Qiu Yu, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. However, this made Yan Chutian feel a sharp pain in his chest. Faintly, the condensed mystic heart, Saint Rune, seemed to be on the verge of shattering. This made him suddenly wake up. Just now, his willpower had been stirred up. Fortunately, he had only called out Qiu Yu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even more serious. This also made Yan Chutian suddenly wake up. The test of willpower could not be based on the previous condensing of the mystic heart Saint Rune, because, compared to before, he now had to experience more things than before. Chapter 379. However, even if Yan Chutian was aware of it, the appearance of a familiar face still caused his eyes to tighten abruptly. The emotions in his heart were all stirred up. He would never forget this familiar face. This face that stood at the peak of the divine domain. This was the Ghost Lord. Back then, it was the Ghost Lord who discovered his identity and killed Yan Chutian forcefully. The Ghost Lord's cold gaze also looked over. Even though its face was clearly covered by the black gas, Yan Chutian could feel that it was mocking him. "Kiki, I let you escape back then. Today, this Ghost Lord will definitely destroy your divine soul." Amidst the domineering cold laughter, the Ghost Lord suddenly raised its huge hand. Immediately, the vast power between heaven and earth surged violently. The enormous pressure that enveloped Yan Chutian almost suffocated him and made it difficult for him to breathe. In an instant, the word escape subconsciously appeared in Yan Chutian's mind, because he knew that even the him back then could not withstand a single blow from the Ghost Lord, not to mention the current him. If he dared to stay for a moment, he was afraid that he would end up dying without a complete corpse. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to turn around, a natural resistance emerged from the depths of his mind. For some strange reason, he actually stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, the Ghost Lord's palm suddenly slammed down. It carried a majestic power that could destroy heaven and earth, suppressing Yan Chutian. At this moment, Yan Chutian even had a premonition of death. However, when the Ghost Lord's huge palm truly descended, it suddenly disappeared. It did not even cause the slightest sound of wind. This caused Yan Chutian's expression to change. At the same time, he hurriedly looked back. At this moment, there was no longer any Ghost Lord in front of him. It was clearly empty. Such a situation, even if he was in a test just now, made Yan Chutian gradually come to his senses at this moment. When he came to his senses, his expression could not help but change slightly. He had a feeling that the test of willpower this time was much more difficult than before. Guard your mind. Therefore, the only thing Yan Chutian could do was to silently mutter a word and try his best to restrain his weaknesses. No matter how strong the disturbance was, he had to resist it with his willpower. As such, it seemed to have some effect. At the very least, the subsequent disturbances were successfully blocked by Yan Chutian. But at a certain moment, when he opened his eyes slightly in a daze, he saw the heroic face of a middle-aged man. Looking at this face, almost uncontrollably, Yan Chutian thought of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, his body couldn't help but tremble. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was now a small baby. After that, he could only watch as the other party put him down on the cold ground. The cold air of the earth pervaded the air, but this moment, this cold air couldn't compare to the coldness in Yan Chutian's heart. He did not understand why she would abandon him after giving birth to him. Could it be that to them he was just a dispensable existence? Crack, crack! At the same time, the enigmatic heart St. Mark that Yan Chutian condensed kept on making cracking sounds. This was his willpower collapsing. Once his willpower completely collapses, this spirit mark will completely shatter and turn into nothingness. If it had reached that stage, not to mention Yan Chutian's failure in condensing the spirit rune, even he himself would suffer a huge backlash. But now, Yan Chutian was completely immersed in the pain of being abandoned. How could he be aware of his own situation? In the past, he never mentioned it and only hid the pain in the depths of his heart. How could he not care? But now the pain had been brought up. Once it was brought up, how could it be so easily erased? Crack, crack! The cracking sounds continued to be heard. At this critical moment, Yan Chutian suddenly felt that there was a warm feeling in his chest that was constantly emerging. This warm feeling, this familiar aura, made Yan Chutian suddenly realize that he was not alone. He still had Chiu. In the next moment, Yan Chutian immediately came to his senses. Once he came to his senses, the scene just now disappeared and returned to the chaotic darkness. Although the scene had disappeared, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the warm feeling in his chest had not dissipated. Yan Chutian knew that it was Chiu. It was Chiu who was hiding in the jade ring and had sensed his situation. Even Chiu, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was worried about his situation. How could he let her down? The condensation of the enigmatic heart, St. Mark, could not be stopped by him. Whoosh, whoosh! Around the Taoist platform, the warm aura that was like spring water constantly flowed into Yan Chutian's head. This unending stream of energy continued to flow into the enigmatic heart, St. Mark, in Yan Chutian's dantian. At this time, not only were the cracks on the enigmatic heart, St. Mark, rapidly repaired, but he could also feel that the spirit mark had become more complete. Such a scene clearly showed that the condensation of the enigmatic heart, St. Mark, was only a matter of time. At the same time, somewhere in the Dao Lake, looking at the figures of the guards, Shui Wuxin's beautiful face became somewhat unnatural. This was because she had lost sight of Yan Chutian among these guards. When she asked the other guards, none of them knew where Yan Chutian had gone. Moreover, what else could he do in this Dao Lake if he did not quickly sit cross-legged and cultivate? Zhou Xiang's face was not looking good at this time because his fifth spirit mark had not been successfully condensed. However, when he heard that Yan Chutian had suddenly disappeared, he finally smiled coldly. He could not wait for the other party to disappear. Otherwise, with how much Shui Wuxin valued him, she would probably ask him to join the Shui clan after leaving the Wolf King's cave. At that time, even if Zhou Xiang was unwilling to admit it, he was still worried that the other party might threaten his position. When he thought of the scene of him bowing to the other party in the future, Zhou Xiang wanted to slap him to death. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly took a few steps forward and said slowly, "Miss, we must leave the Wolf King's cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more red wolves will gather. When the time comes, the price we will have to pay to leave will be much higher than now." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xiang immediately took a step back. He could not offend Shui Wuxin, so he directly reminded her. He knew that Shui Wuxin would do as he wished. Just as Zhou Xiang thought, Shui Wuxin was struggling in her heart. She really wanted to bring Yan Chutian out of the Wolf King's cave and even bring him back to the Shui clan. This was not only because of his ability, but also because of his character. However, the other party had disappeared. If she continued to lead the team and wait, the difficulty of leaving the Wolf King's cave would rise exponentially. While struggling, Shui Wuxin closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, she let out a soft sigh. Cultivate in the Dao Lake for one more day. After one day, we will leave this place. Yes, the so-called one day was just a blink of an eye. After one day, Shui Wuxin looked at the mysterious Dao Lake around her and could only sigh helplessly. During this day, it was not that she did not look around. She even met Yang Yan again, but she still could not find Yan Chutian. "Let's go." After sighing, Shui Wuxin spoke again and led the way out of the Dao Lake. In the team, Zhou Xiang sneered proudly. That guy really did not appear. It would be best if he died in the Dao Lake in the Wolf King's cave. Yan Chutian naturally did not know that there was someone who was still worried about him. At this time, he was still sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform. However, compared to before, his aura was now extremely stable. Above his head, there were lines that were slowly connecting and finally converging into a mysterious spirit rune that floated between heaven and earth. This was the mysterious Heart Saint Rune. The moment the mysterious Heart Saint Rune appeared, Yan Chutian opened his eyes again. This time, there was only a look of joy on his face. After going through so many difficulties and almost failing, he finally succeeded in condensing the mysterious Heart Saint Rune. The success of the mysterious Heart Saint Rune not only made the spirit rune powerful, but it was also the fifth spirit rune. When combined with the previous 4 spirit runes, it could transform into 5 directions in the elixir. Once the spirit rune transformed into 5 directions, his strength would be much stronger than ordinary elixir cultivators. Previously, Jin Hong had also condensed 5 spirit runes, but the last divine demon rune was not complete. Otherwise, if the complete 5 spirit runes transformed into 5 directions, his strength would definitely be a level higher. Even so, Yan Chutian had almost lost. If not for the strength of the true dragon rune and Jin Hong's absent-mindedness after seeing the dragon rune, Yan Chutian would have lost. It was possible that the final result could be changed. Chapter 380. Since the Mystic Heart Saint Rune had been successfully condensed, there was no need to continue staying on the platform. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately leaped off the platform and landed in the Dao Lake. However, when Yan Chutian tried to find his way back, he found that Shui Wuxin and the others had already disappeared. However, after thinking about it, he understood that Shui Wuxin had probably finished her cultivation and left with the group, since he had been cultivating on the platform for a long time. This was also good. He was already prepared to leave. Even if he left the Wolf King's cave with Shui Wuxin, he would still have to say goodbye halfway. Therefore, Yan Chutian looked around and finally stepped through the door, leaving the Dao lake that countless people flocked to. As he walked out of the depths of the Wolf King's cave, Yan Chutian gradually understood why Shui Wuxin was in such a hurry to leave. It was because he could clearly feel that the number of red wolves in the Wolf King's cave was increasing. Among the wolves, there was an endless stream of powerful auras. Even if they were not at the level of the Wolf King, they were extremely close. Therefore, while carefully concealing himself, Yan Chutian had already increased his speed, leaving the cave where the wolves were gathered as soon as possible. After an hour, Yan Chutian lifted his leg and took the last step out of the Wolf King's cave. Looking at the vast world around him, Yan Chutian gently breathed a sigh of relief. After determining his direction, he quickly headed towards the border of the Nine Suns continent. If he wanted to return to the Firmament God Palace, he had to first return to the Tsongyuan continent. However, before that, he had to use the transportation array of the Nine Suns continent to teleport to the Divine continent. When he thought of the Divine continent, Yan Chutian's heart became incomparably heavy, because that was the continent where the Divine realm was located. Walking on that land, he had to constantly worry about whether he would encounter people from the Divine realm. Right now, compared to those people from the Divine realm, he was simply too weak. If they attacked him, only death would await him. However, before that, it was not a small problem to reach the border of the Nine Suns continent. After all, the land of each continent was incomparably vast. Even when Yan Chutian was at his peak, it was difficult for him to easily cross. Not to mention that he was now only at the 6th level of the Elixir realm. After a long journey, 3 months later, Yan Chutian had already mixed into a group of cultivators. Although this group of cultivators' goal was not the border transportation array, they were still at the border region. Regarding this, Nine Suns Abyss was the Nine Suns Abyss, the Heaven Realm's Nine Suns Abyss's Abyss, was the nine Suns Abyss, 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 SS, Abyss, Abyss, Abyss. Suns, Abyss, Abyss, Abyss. The abyss to the abyss, to the abyss, suns, abyss, 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 abyss. The 9 fiery suns had smashed open a mysterious abyss. Day and night, there would be fiery light flashing within. The scorching heat was something that even some nascent soul cultivators would find difficult to withstand. However, dangers were always accompanied by opportunities. The existence of the 9 Suns Abyss also caused various opportunities to appear around the abyss, which was enough to attract countless cultivators from the Heaven Realm. If Yan Chutian was not wrong, the group of cultivators that he had joined should mostly be searching for opportunities around the 9 Suns Abyss. Speaking of which, Yan Chutian was also very curious about the 9 Suns Abyss. If possible, he would also like to explore it. However, the current him had to return to the Tsongyuan continent as soon as possible. God knows how far the scheme of the God realm had progressed. Brother Yen. Just as Yan Chutian was silently sitting cross-legged, a faint laugh suddenly came from behind him. Turning around to look, the owner of the voice was a middle-aged man. However, although he was much older than Yan Chutian, the two of them already called each other brothers. This was because when cultivators interacted with each other, cultivation was the standard. This middle-aged man was not alone. He had a younger sister. His younger sister was about the same age as Yan Chutian, but that girl did not have the same personality as this middle-aged man. Instead, she worshipped the strong. Therefore, she naturally would not get close to Yan Chutian. Instead, she got close to a 9th-layer elixir cultivator in this group of cultivators. This middle-aged man could do nothing about it. He knew his younger sister's thoughts. But even if he knew, what could he do? He could not beat or scold this younger sister of his who depended on him, and he could not bear to see her suffer even a little bit. Brother Zhang. Yan Chutian cupped his fist and replied. He had a good impression of this Zhang Xiong, although his strength was not strong and he was only an ordinary 6th-layer elixir cultivator. However, his love for his younger sister was enough to move Yan Chutian. In comparison, it was his younger sister, Zhongling, that he looked down on. It was normal to worship the strong, but to alienate the elder brother who loved him because of this, it could only mean that this person did not understand true feelings. Brother Yen, in another 10 days, we will be near the border. I wonder if Brother Yen has already thought of a place to go? Zhang Xiong said slowly. Like Yan Chutian, he had a good impression of the other party. The feeling that Yan Chutian gave him was different from the other young cultivators he had met in the past. He did not have the slightest bit of frivolity or arrogance. It was a pity that his cultivation was lacking. Otherwise, in Zhang Xiong's opinion, Yan Chutian could become a famous genius. Hearing this, Yan Chutian shook his head. Although he had a good impression of Zhang Xiong, this did not mean that he would reveal his whereabouts. Seeing Yan Chutian shake his head, Zhang Xiong hurriedly continued. It seems that Brother Yen has not thought of a place to go. In that case, why don't you accompany me and search around the 9-yang pool? Zhang Xiong's eyes flashed with sincerity. If Yan Chutian was really just an ordinary 6th-level elixir cultivator, he would definitely agree. But unfortunately, he was not. So what Zhang Xiong got was destined to be Yan Chutian's shake of his head. Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Zhang. However, I am not very interested in the 9-yang pool. If I decide to go in the future, I will definitely inform Brother Zhang. That's fine too. Hearing this, Zhang Xiong could only agree regretfully. How could he not tell that the latter half of Yan Chutian's words were just pleasantries? However, he had a free and easy personality. After a few words, he changed his mood and continued to talk with Yan Chutian. However, while the two of them were conversing, 2 figures were continuously approaching them. Looking over, it was a man and a woman. The woman was holding the man's arm, her face full of joy. After the 2 of them approached, the woman smiled at Zhang Xiong, but her gaze was still stuck on the young man beside her, unwilling to move away. Brother, this is Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately stopped talking and then glanced at the approaching man and woman. The young man, Zhao Feng, had a handsome face, and his cultivation had already stepped into the 9th level of elixir. Maybe it was nothing in the vast heaven realm, but in this barren corner of the 9-yang continent, he could be considered a small genius. Compared to Zhao Feng, the woman was only Zhang Xiong's sister, Zhongling. Although her cultivation was only at the 5th level of elixir, her beauty was not bad. However, her appearance was not bad, and her figure was also very good, so it was no wonder that she could attract the former. However, attraction was just attraction. Yan Chutian could clearly see that Zhao Feng was just coaxing Zhongling. When he really tricked her, there would be a 180-degree change. But even if he knew this, Yan Chutian would not say anything. Not to mention that he did not have the obligation to do so. Even if he said it, it would be seen as nonsense by this woman. Zhao Feng greets Brother Zhang Xiong. When Yan Chutian's gaze swept over, the young man cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiong. However, even if he cupped his hands and called him brother, his words still revealed a deep sense of arrogance. In the depths of his heart, he probably only saw Zhang Xiong as an old piece of trash. Yan Chutian could see this point, and Zhang Xiong could more or less do the same. However, Zhongling could not see anything, and her beautiful face was filled with a smile from beginning to end. After a few words, Zhang Xiong watched the other party leave with his sister, and his heart was filled with helplessness. It was not that he did not privately remind his sister, but what made him sad was that he, her biological brother, could not compare to Zhao Feng's flowery words in his sister's eyes. Therefore, Zhang Xiong could only hope that after reaching the 9-yang abyss, he could bring Zhang Ling away and avoid Zhao Feng. As he sighed, Zhang Xiong looked at Yan Chutian beside him. The feeling that Yan Chutian gave him was more than 1,000 times better than Zhao Feng. If he really had to find a Dao companion for his sister, he would definitely choose Yan Chutian. Unfortunately, he also knew that this idea of his was destined to fail. Chapter 381. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, the group finally approached the border of the Nine-Yang continent. They also approached one of the most famous forbidden grounds in the entire Heaven Realm, the Nine-Yang Abyss. As they approached the Nine-Yang Abyss, Yan Chutian did not know if it was his misconception, but he felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become lively. Looking around, quite a few figures had appeared in the vast desert world. Even the silhouettes of some huge cities were faintly discernible in the distant horizon. Even without getting close, Yan Chutian could tell how huge those cities were. Even the Zhongyuan city in the middle of the central plains in the mortal world could not compare. There was a huge gap between the mortal world and the Heaven Realm. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a few low-level disciples of the divine realm to stir up such a bloody storm in the mortal world. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian once again silently restrained his aura, because in such a chaotic place it was very likely that there would be disciples of the divine realm appearing. Even if he had no connection with the past, Yan Chutian did not want to have any contact with the people of the divine realm. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. When the group arrived here, they were already showing signs of disbanding. When there were more and more people around and the outline of the giant city became more and more obvious, they began to leave the group, one after another. Yan Chutian did not leave the group. Instead, he took the opportunity to step towards the giant city. Behind him, Zhang Xiong, Zhang Ling, and Zhao Feng did the same. When they were truly close to the city, Yan Chutian naturally sensed that the entire city was enveloped by a huge array. The array was currently in a dormant state, so there was no aura seeping out. If he did not have the spiritual eye, it would have been difficult for him to detect it. However, the dormant state did not mean that the array was simple and unremarkable. If it was truly allowed to awaken, the power that it would erupt with would make even Heavenly Palace realm cultivators only ants under it. Such a large formation was enough to threaten Yan Chutian when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Even if this huge city was only standing on the barren Nine-Yang continent of the Heaven Realm, it was still built by a faction. And even if Yan Chutian was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Heaven Realm, how could he contend against the forces of a continent? Yangyan City. As Yan Chutian silently repeated the 3 imposing words on the gates of the giant city, they gradually became clear in his mind. The Heaven Realm was vast, and the forces were intricate and complicated. However, the powerful forces at the level of the heavenly realm were ultimately limited. Other than the mysterious palace of immortals that had not appeared for 10,000 years, there were 6 palaces. The Tsangshan Palace that Yan Chutian was in was one of the 6 palaces. Under the 6 palaces, the deity domain rose to power, and its power was close to the 6 palaces. Compared to God's domain, there were nearly 10 other powers of varying sizes. Yan Chutian remembered that Yangyan Manor existed among these 10 or so powers. The giant city in front of him coincidentally had Yangyan in its name. It was impossible for Yan Chutian to think that there was no relationship between the two. However, whether this giant city belonged to Yangyan Manor or not, it did not have much to do with him. It was fine as long as it was not God's domain. Following that, Yan Chutian, Zhang Xiong, and the others followed the crowd and walked toward the city, gate step by step. When they passed through the boundary of the large formation, Yan Chutian keenly sensed that there were wisps of perception constantly enveloping them, as if they wanted to spy on their surroundings. However, Yan Chutian knew that this kind of spying could only be superficial and would not be real spying. Firstly, there was no such powerful formation. Even if there was, Yangyan City would not be able to set it up. This was because every cultivator had their own secrets. How could they allow others to spy on them at will? After stepping into the giant city, it was as if the inside and outside of the city were two completely different worlds. It could be said that the outside world was a desert with only human figures appearing and disappearing. However, here it was full of vitality. Furthermore, the density of the crowd was tens or hundreds of times denser than the outside world. The first thing that came into view were the bustling streets and magnificent buildings. At a glance, there was no end to it. Secondly, just by standing here, Yen Chutian could see the distant city as well as the mountains and mountains. It was hard to imagine how huge this giant city was. Brother Yen, is this your first time in Yangyan City? When Yen Chutian scanned his surroundings, Zhang Xiong's vigorous voice sounded at the right time. Hearing this, Yen Chutian nodded. Although he had been to countless prosperous places in the Heaven Domain, it was his first time in Yangyan City. In fact, other than the ancient forbidden land of the Nine Suns Abyss, he did not know anything else. This was mainly because the Nine Suns continent was too barren. It was the worst continent in the Heaven Domain. How could it be compared to the Tsungyuan continent? However, he did not know that his reaction made Zhongling's eyes flash with disdain. He had never even been to Yangyan City before, which made her think of the word country bumpkin. Although Zhao Feng hid his emotions well, there was no doubt that his disdain for Yen Chutian was much stronger. Yen Chutian naturally caught the change in their emotions, but he ignored it and was too lazy to say anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiong clearly did not notice the change in their emotions. Instead, he slowly said, Yangyan City is an important city under the jurisdiction of the Yangyan Manor. The city lord is held by the first elder of the Yangyan Manor. Private fights are forbidden in Yangyan City, or else the protective array will lock onto you immediately. Then the cultivators of the Yangyan Manor will appear and kill you. Therefore, you must be careful. Even if a great enemy appears, you must not fight in the city. Hearing this, Yen Chutian gently nodded his head. He knew that the rules set by the large forces were tyrannical. If they did not break the rules, they would not find trouble with you. However, if you dared to break the rules, they would kill you without any mercy. Not to mention the Yangyan Manor. Even the Firmament God Palace was the same. Brother Yen, why don't we open a few rooms in the inn here so that I can continue to explain the rules of Yangyan City to you? Zhang Xiong casually pointed at a certain inn and said. Hearing this, Yen Chutian gladly agreed. This was because he saw that Zhang Xiong seemed to know a lot about Yangyan City. Therefore, he could ask him about the specifics of the teleportation array. However, when Yen Chutian entered the inn and opened a room, the amount of spiritual crystals he paid made many people look over. This was not because his spiritual crystals were of a high grade, but because they were too low grade. In the Heaven Realm, the basic currency in circulation was Heaven Crystal. Only a very small number of people would use spiritual crystals, and these very small number of people were the poorest cultivators at the bottom. Hence, there were even one or two faintly discernible laughter that came from an unknown place. Even the waiter who collected the bill had a change in his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a day when he would receive spiritual crystals. What's wrong? Did I not give enough spiritual crystals? Many eyes looked around, but Yen Chutian was calm as if he did not notice the gazes of others. Of course, it was not that he did not want to pay with Heaven Crystal, but that he did not have any. Hearing this, the waiter hesitated, but in the end he could not say anything, because these spiritual crystals were enough to pay for the room price, so what could he do? Therefore, in the end he could only obediently take out the room number. When Yen Chutian walked up the stairs, Zhang Xiong quickly followed with a look of self-blame on his face. Because, in his opinion, if it wasn't for him, Yen Chutian wouldn't have to endure such a situation. However, when he thought this way, Zhongling, who was standing with Zhao Feng, felt extremely embarrassed. She was even more afraid that others would know that she knew him. There are actually people who use spiritual crystals to pay the bill these days. Could it be that he came from some mountain valley? He's really lucky. If he was in that Tianyangyan, he would have been beaten up and thrown out. On the floor, Zhang Xiong followed Yan Chutian into his room, and the first thing he did was to express his apology. Hearing this, Yan Chutian waved his hand indifferently. The gazes of others did not affect him in any way. What he was concerned about now was the cross-continent teleportation array. When Yan Chutian mentioned the words cross-continent transmission array, Zhang Xiong immediately revealed a puzzled expression. But very soon he thought of something and asked in surprise, "Brother Yan, are you going to other continents?" The genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 382. After asking Zhang Xiong about the transcontinent teleportation formation, Yan Chutian knew that he could no longer hide his intentions. Thus he nodded slowly and said softly, "I hope Brother Zhang can help me keep this a secret." Hearing this, Zhang Xiong nodded repeatedly. After pondering for a moment, he told Yan Chutian everything he knew. After listening to his explanation, Yan Chutian had a look of understanding on his face. As expected, the transcontinent teleportation formation was in the hands of the Sunblaze Manor. The transcontinent teleportation formation would only be activated once every few months because it was not only costly to operate the transcontinent teleportation formation, but it was also impossible to activate it at any time. Every time the teleportation formation was activated, only a small number of slots would be released, and these slots would almost always be auctioned in public at the Sunblaze Manor's auction house. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately frowned because if it was auctioned, he would not be able to obtain a slot for the teleportation formation at all. This was because he did not even have a single piece of Heaven Crystal now. Could he still count on using spirit crystals to participate in the auction? If that was the case, he would probably be directly thrown out. Zhang Xiong naturally knew the difficulties. Even if he sold all his wealth, it would be extremely difficult to purchase a slot for the auction, let alone Yan Chutian, who could only pay with spirit crystals. However, he soon thought of something and immediately said, "Brother Yan, don't worry. It's extremely difficult to obtain a slot for the auction, and it might even be directly monopolized by some forces. However, not all of the slots will be at the auction. There will always be some that will be allocated and even directly included in the mission rewards issued by the Sunblaze Manor." Hearing this, Yan Chutian naturally hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, do you know where I can obtain the missions issued by the Sunblaze Manor?" Before Yan Chutian's voice died away, Zhang Xiong had already taken out a stone talisman. As his spiritual power gently brushed past it, the calm stone talisman immediately lit up and formed a light screen. As the ripples undulated slightly, words began to appear one after another, converging into lines of text messages. These were the mission lists issued by the Sunblaze Manor. 2 pairs of eyes fell on the light screen, and soon they found the shadow of a teleportation formation slot in one of the mission rewards. Yan Chutian hurriedly scanned through the mission description. Even though it was just a cursory glance, Yan Chutian could tell how difficult this mission was. Slay the blood demon spirit beast and retrieve its demon essence. Blood demon spirit beast, level 2 Yuanying. At this point, Yan Chutian didn't need to continue watching. Yuanying stage 2 cultivation. If he were to encounter her now, he would be courting death. Even if the spirit tattoos turned into 5 directions, Yan Chutian only dared to say that there was no need to fear anything in Elixir. However, if he was in the Yuanying state, he would still be considered mediocre, not to mention that he was in the 2nd stage of Elixir. Therefore, Yan Chutian continued to search. Not long after, he finally saw a teleportation array slot in the reward column. Furthermore, the difficulty of the mission wasn't at a level where it was impossible for him to complete. Collect 20 pieces of Inferno crystals. Inferno crystals? Yan Chutian's face was slightly blank as a large amount of memories surged in his mind. Gradually, a rough memory of the Inferno crystals emerged. Yan Chutian remembered that he had heard of the Inferno crystals before, but he had never used them before. That was because the Inferno crystals were only useful for cultivators below the Heavenly Palace realm. The effects were mediocre for cultivators above that. At the same time, Zhang Xiong naturally saw through Yan Chutian's doubts and hurriedly explained. Brother Yan, the Inferno crystal is a mysterious crystal from the Nine-Yang Abyss. Its cultivation effect is extremely shocking, and it has extraordinary effects even for Heavenly Palace realm cultivators. Zhang Xiong couldn't help but shake his head as he continued. However, the Inferno crystals are extremely difficult to find. Furthermore, the Inferno crystals around the Nine-Yang Abyss have probably all been found. Only those that are extremely close to the Nine-Yang Abyss can find traces of them. However, the closer you are to the Nine-Yang Abyss, the greater the danger you will face. In a few words, Zhang Xiong explained the dangers to Yan Chutian. However, how could Yan Chutian not know that if the Inferno crystals were easy to find, it would be impossible to exchange for a teleportation formation across continents? As for whether he would encounter danger, Yan Chutian couldn't care less. As far as he could see, there were no other missions on the stone talisman light screen that would reward him with a teleportation formation across continents. Compared to finding the Inferno crystals, he felt that killing the blood demon spiritual beast on the second level of the Yuanying Abyss had a higher chance of success. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't say much and only thanked Zhang Xiong. Seeing this, Zhang Xiong knew that Yan Chutian had already made up his mind. Therefore, he couldn't persuade him. This was because he understood that Yan Chutian must have his reasons for being so insistent. Therefore, he could only say in the end, Brother Yan, I will also bring Ling to search for opportunities near the Nine-Yang Abyss. At that time, I can help you look for some Inferno crystals. Thank you, Brother Zhang. After this day, Yan Chutian asked around in Yangyan City again, so he also knew that there were still 2 months before the next teleportation formation across continents opened. This meant that he had to obtain 20 Inferno crystals within 2 months and give them to the City Lord Mansion in exchange for a teleportation formation. Otherwise, he would have to wait for almost half a year for the next teleportation formation across continents to open. 2 months wasn't a long time. Another day later, Yan Chutian followed Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling out of Yangyan City and into the desert. They also walked step by step toward the Nine-Yang Abyss. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Feng's goal seemed to be the same as Zhang Xiong's, because Zhang Ling was still extremely clingy to Zhao Feng along the way. This made Zhang Xiong furious, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Zhang Ling had not lost her virginity. Otherwise, even if he became a ghost, he would not let Zhao Feng go. Walking in the desert, the surrounding environment was extremely dry. Bits of heat spread out from the depths of the earth, roasting this part of the world. It was rumored that the surroundings of the Nine-Yang Abyss were originally a lush green land, but because the Nine-Yang Abyss fell from the sky, it gradually turned into this state. Yan Chutian looked around and could see that there were many figures in the surroundings. Obviously, these people were like Zhang Xiong, people who wanted to search for opportunities near the Nine-Yang Abyss. However, these cultivators here were much more guarded than in Yangyan City. This was understandable. After all, outside Yangyan City, there were no ironclad rules of the Yangyan Manor to protect them. Continuing forward, the world in front of them was no longer a desert, but a rugged and broken land. There were cracks of various sizes in some places, and scorching heat constantly surged out, turning into waves of heat. In fact, there were even flames that directly rushed out from the cracks, leaping several feet into the air and burning the surrounding space until it was distorted and collapsed. Even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would not be willing to touch such flames. At this point, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he carefully searched the surrounding land. This was because this place not only hid the opportunities that Zhang Xiong wanted, but it was also possible that fire crystals would appear. Since they were searching, they naturally could not stay together. Yan Chutian also took the initiative to move dozens of feet away. Then he opened his spiritual eye and slowly searched the surrounding land filled with heat. However, after searching for more than 2 hours, Yan Chutian found nothing. He could not help but sigh. This place was simply too clean. After another hour of fruitless searching, Yan Chutian had no choice but to raise his gaze and look even deeper. That place was close to the Nine-Yang abyss, and even fewer people entered it. Thus, it was more likely that there would be fire crystals. However, at the same time, there was a corresponding danger. Yan Chutian was clear that there were cultivators searching for opportunities in the surroundings of the Nine-Yang abyss, dying almost every day. However, since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Thus, as his gaze gradually became firm, he walked step by step towards the depths. However, Yan Chutian did not know that even Zhang Xiong did not notice him. Instead, it was Zhang Ling who was following beside Zhao Feng, who glanced over from the corner of her eyes. Seeing Yan Chutian gradually walk into the depths, she could not help but lightly snort. He was courting death. In her view, Yan Chutian walking into the depths was simply courting death. Even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would not dare to rashly enter, let alone a 6th-level elixir. Chapter 383. Step by step, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth was continuously rising as he went deeper. Hence, the number of cultivators that could appear here was also rapidly decreasing. After advancing for a while, at least in the area that Yan Chutian could see with the naked eye, there were no longer any figures. However, such a situation caused Yan Chutian's heart to gradually heat up, because from his point of view, only in such a place would there be fire crystals that had not been discovered by others. Once again, he slowly opened his spiritual eye, and Yan Chutian began to search the surrounding heaven and earth. And it seemed that even the heavens wanted to reward him for his courage to enter this place. In just a few breaths, he actually found a crystal in an inconspicuous place. Yan Chutian hurriedly went forward and dug out the crystal. After completely digging it out, he saw that the crystal was only half the size of a palm. When he held it in his hand, this crystal that was emitting bits of red light actually gave off a strange feeling of warmth. This feeling, even without refining and absorbing it, made Yan Chutian feel extremely comfortable. It was enough to imagine how comfortable it would be to truly refine and absorb it. With such a feeling and such an appearance, Yan Chutian almost immediately confirmed the identity of the crystal. Wasn't this the goal of his trip, the fire crystal? In the blink of an eye, he obtained a fire crystal. Yan Chutian's face immediately revealed a joyful expression. At the same time, he also felt that he did not go near the Nine-Yang pool for nothing. After searching for a long time in the distance, he still did not find anything. Now that he was close, he quickly obtained a crystal. From the looks of it, it was not impossible to collect 20 crystals. However, Yan Chutian's idea was good, but when he really continued to search, he realized how lucky he was to obtain a fire crystal. For half a day, Yan Chutian did not catch a glimpse of any fire crystals. On the contrary, the scorching heat of this heaven and earth continuously corroded his body. Even with the protection of spiritual energy, he could not ignore it. Yan Chutian had done his homework when he was in Yangyan City, so he naturally knew what this pervasive heat was. Everyone knew that the Nine-Yang abyss was a forbidden ground. How could such a forbidden ground not be filled with danger? Even if one did not step into the Nine-Yang pool, the area around it would also become a dangerous place. And this pervasive heat was one of the dangers. It wasn't that this kind of heat couldn't be resisted, but even if it was resisted, it couldn't be completely resisted. There would always be that tiny bit that would merge into the body of the Xiuzha. This small matter might seem insignificant at first, but after a long period of accumulation, it could easily evolve into a huge hidden danger. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, They couldn't avoid this kind of hidden danger. However, if one's cultivation was strong, they would need more time to accumulate. In other words, they would need to spend more time in the vicinity of the Nine-Yang abyss before it could become a hidden danger. Therefore, many shoujo would quickly leave after getting close to the Nine-Yang abyss for a while. He would only approach the Nine-Yang abyss once he had completely removed the heat that had invaded his body. Yen Chutian was currently in such a situation. Although it had only been half a day, the heat in his body had already gradually accumulated. This was not only because of his sharp senses, but also because his cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir. Even the 9th level of elixir could only stay at his current position for a day. Not to mention the 6th level of elixir cultivators who had the same cultivation as him. However, Yen Chutian was different from others, so he estimated that he could stay here for about 3 days. After 3 days, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, the heat that had accumulated in his body would cause harm to his body. If Yen Chutian's estimate of 3 days were to spread, it would probably cause countless people's jaws to drop. 3 days. Perhaps only Yuanying experts would dare to say that they could stay in this position for 3 days. He, a 6th level elixir cultivator, could actually do it? Unfortunately, other than Yen Chutian himself, no one else would know about this. Furthermore, Yen Chutian did not plan to really stay here for 3 days, because with his headless search method, not to mention 3 days, even 10 days, he would not be able to find a few fire crystals. He had to quickly think of a way to find the fire crystals. After searching for about 2 hours, Yen Chutian, who did not find anything, slowly left this place and returned to the outside world that was even further away from the Nine-Yang abyss. Actually, this place was also invaded by the heat. It was just that compared to the place where Yen Chutian had entered, it was much fainter. However, Yen Chutian did not expect that when he walked out, he would see Zhongling being suppressed by a young man's cultivation a few dozen feet away. Her outer clothes had already been torn apart, leaving only her thin inner clothes. As for Zhang Xiong, he had already collapsed a few dozen feet away. However, even though he was heavily injured, he still stared at Zhongling's position with bloodshot eyes. As for Zhao Feng, when he saw this scene, he did not move at all. It was as if he did not see Zhongling and Zhang Xiong's situation at all. At this moment, Zhongling's heart was filled with despair. She had never thought that human nature would be so cruel. Just because he saw her beauty, this young man directly suppressed her cultivation and tore her clothes. As for Zhao Feng, this man that she had been thinking about, he was completely indifferent to this. Instead, it was her brother, who she had always ignored, who charged over without caring about anything, but was heavily injured by the young man. This situation made Zhongling's heart filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her brother's advice. Otherwise, how could she have fallen into such a situation? SSSS. The ear-piercing sound of clothes being torn apart rang out clearly once again. The young man, whose eyes were filled with fiery red, impatiently tore apart the clothes on Zhongling's back, revealing her smooth back. He knew what he was doing, but the invasion of the heaven and earth made it difficult for him to control his desires. Moreover, through the matter between a man and a woman, he could quickly get rid of this side effect. Moreover, she was just an ordinary female cultivator with a 5th level of elixir. It was her honor to be enjoyed by him. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng was also sensible, unlike the middle-aged man who had already been heavily injured by him. The gazes of the people in the distance did not find it strange at all. This was not only because this was not a coincidence, but also because they knew the identity of this young man. With his identity, even many Yuanying realm cultivators were not willing to provoke him. Thus, as far as they were concerned, that woman would not be able to escape her tragic fate today. Back to the topic. Looking at the smooth and beautiful back, the desire in the young man's heart became more and more intense. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy and was about to tear apart the last cover. However, at this moment, a violent spiritual energy suddenly shot over. Even if the young man's condition was not normal, he immediately felt this threat and immediately retreated. After retreating dozens of feet, the young man's face was filled with rage. Who dared to ruin his plans at this moment? He immediately turned around and saw that beside his prey there was already a slightly thin and small figure who had appeared at some point in time. This figure raised his hand and tore apart the spiritual energy that was suppressing the woman, then put on a piece of clothing. Only then did he slowly turn around and look at the young man. "You dare to stop me, Ling Kong? I think you're courting death." The young man spoke viciously. His originally unusual fiery red eyes had an even more furious red glow surging continuously. "If you don't want to die, immediately send that woman to me. Otherwise, all of you will die today." With a loud shout, a violent and enormous aura swept out from the body of the young man, Ling Kong. It was like a storm. The strength of this aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level elixir realm cultivator. The number of spiritual tattoos that he had condensed had reached 5, which meant that the spiritual tattoos could be divided into 5 directions. Following Ling Kong's shout, many gazes gathered. They did not expect that someone would make a move at this moment. When they saw the figure that had suddenly appeared, they were all stunned. This was because they could sense that this person who suddenly appeared was only at the 6th level of elixir realm. Brother Yen. Zhang Xiong's injured body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Sure enough, he did not see wrongly. The feeling that Yan Chutian gave him was extremely good, and today was the best proof. Chapter 384. However, other than being touched, Zhang Xiong was also deeply worried. He knew that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir, while the young man was at the 9th level of elixir. How could Yan Chutian be a match for him? At the same time, Zhang Ling's heart was also filled with shock. She did not expect that the guy she had always looked down on would save her at this time. Even so, Zhang Ling's heart was still filled with despair. This was because she knew that even if Yan Chutian had temporarily saved her, what could he do? With his 6th level of elixir cultivation, he would probably be defeated by the young man immediately. At that time, she would still not be able to escape from her fate. Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent towards Ling Kong's angry roar. However, the words that followed were enough to shock everyone. What a scumbag! As Yan Chutian's words fell, it was as if a storm was stirred up. Countless, shocked gazes converged. Clearly, they had never thought that Yan Chutian would not only take action, but even dare to insult Ling Kong in such a manner. Even if this insult was true, with his primal core 6th level cultivation, what else could it be other than courting death for him to say such words to Ling Kong? Yan Chutian's words were shocking. Not only did it shock the surrounding crowd, but it also made Ling Kong reveal an expression of disbelief. Immediately after, an extremely angry expression slowly appeared on his face. Currently, he was already attacked by the scorching heat and was extremely easily angered. In addition, he was provoked by Yan Chutian. How could he endure his anger? Therefore, in the next moment, a furious roar that sounded like a volcanic eruption was heard. Accompanying the roar was a violent palm wind that directly charged towards Yan Chutian. Die. The palm wind killed. The power of the 9th level of elixir spread out. Such a simple and violent attack was able to fully display Ling Kong's strength. In other words, under his palm, not to mention the 8th level of elixir, even an ordinary 9th level elixir cultivator would be severely injured if they did not use all their strength to defend. Because of this, the crowd could not help but feel pity for Yan Chutian, because in their opinion, after Ling Kong's palm strike, Yan Chutian might even die tragically. Boom! The violent palm strike came, and in the next moment, a rumbling sound immediately sounded. However, what was shocking was that under this palm strike, Yan Chutian did not die tragically as they had expected. Instead, he brought the girl and lightly retreated backwards. He actually dodged Ling Kong's palm strike. Even though Ling Kong's present state is not right, his attacks should be something that even a primal core 9th level Shouja would find difficult to achieve. How did he do it? And he even brought a girl with him. There's something strange about this brat. He might have cultivated some extraordinary movement spirit art. Discussion sounded everywhere, but even so, they still did not think highly of Yan Chutian. After all, no matter how strong one's movement technique was, dodging once or twice was the limit. However, as long as Ling Kong seized an opportunity, he could directly injure the opponent with one palm strike. Therefore, dodging was just prolonging one's life. After dodging the palm strike, Yan Chutian signaled Zhang Ling to walk to Zhang Xiong's side. His thoughts were not the same as the others. Just now, if he was not worried about Zhang Ling's safety, he would have already fought with Ling Kongcheng. Seeing Yan Chutian's signal, Zhang Ling's expression was complicated. She should be grateful that he saved her. However, when she thought of her attitude towards him in the past, how could she have the face to say words of gratitude? However, when she thought of the current situation, she quickly felt relieved. No matter what, they would not be able to escape today. Why should she think so much? Therefore, in the next moment, she hurriedly rushed to Zhang Xiong's side and helped him up. Her face was full of regret. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiong had no time to care about Zhang Ling. He looked at Yan Chutian with a face full of worry. Ignoring his injuries, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yan He." However, before Zhang Xiong finished speaking, he saw Yan Chutian lightly waving his hand at him. This made him stop speaking. At the same time, his attack was dodged. On Ling Kong's face, other than shock, there was also a deep sense of humiliation. How could he accept that a level 6 elixir cultivator dared to live in front of him? In the blink of an eye, his blood-red eyes once again locked onto Yan Chutian. Words filled with killing intent slowly spat out. "If you dare to escape again, I will tear the two of them into pieces." However, not only Ling Kong, but also no one would have thought that Yan Chutian's reply would be so unexpected and even shocking. In the face of Ling Kong's threat, Yan Chutian's face was calm. He replied with extremely calm words. "Against trash like you, I don't need to escape." The calm words were exchanged with an uproar. No one would have thought that Yan Chutian would be able to calmly say such domineering words in the face of Ling Kong's threat. However, after thinking about it, everyone shook their heads in understanding. From their point of view, it was only because the other party knew that the situation could not be changed. That was why he was so domineering and even arrogant. However, although this could relieve his anger, what he would have to face was Ling Kong's even more violent rage. Good. As expected, Yan Chutian's reply had already made Ling Kong's eyes spew flames. He gritted his teeth and said the last words. In the next moment, he heavily stepped on the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the ground as he directly shot towards Yan Chutian. At the same time, the violent spiritual energy accumulated in his palms was enough to tear apart mountains and shatter the earth. From such a scene, everyone knew that the rage in Ling Kong's heart had accumulated to a certain degree. Therefore, they could only look at Yan Chutian with sympathy. However, what no one expected was that even in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian did not show any fear. As his spiritual energy slowly surged, he had already made a defensive stance. However, no matter how well he acted in the eyes of the crowd, he was just pretending to be mysterious. There was a gap of 3 whole levels between the 6th and 9th level of elixir, which was difficult to cross. Not to mention, Ling Kong could not be measured by the cultivation of an ordinary 9th level of elixir. The number of spiritual inscriptions in his body had already reached 5. It was enough to split into 5 parts, greatly increasing his strength. Rumble. Just like before, a huge rumbling sound rumbled out in the next instant. And this time, everyone could clearly see that Yan Chutian did not dodge, which meant that he had indeed taken Ling Kong's attack. As a result, everyone could not help but sigh helplessly. Under Ling Kong's attack, the current Yen Chutian should have been seriously injured or even tragically killed, right? Brother Yen. Zhang Xiong trembled as he called out. His thoughts were no different from the others. He only felt that the current Yen Chutian was already doomed. In addition, he also felt a deep sense of self-blame in his heart. Because, in his opinion, if the two of them had not allowed Yen Chutian to be threatened, it would not have been impossible for him to escape with his movement technique. Zhang Ling's delicate body was also trembling, and her eyes were filled with regret. However, in the next moment, the huge ripples and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a scene that caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Because they didn't expect that after the smoke and dust dispersed, the scene that they had imagined did not appear. In front of the hole where the punch had struck, behind a light screen that was densely covered in cracks, Yen Chutian's figure was still standing proudly. What? In an instant, countless exclamations sounded out. They could not imagine what they had seen. Under Ling Kong's attack, Yen Chutian was actually unharmed. Even if the light screen was covered in cracks and could shatter at any time, it still did not break. Brother Yen! Zhang Xiong still exclaimed, but this time his exclamation carried a strong sense of shock. Beside him, Zhang Ling's beautiful eyes were wide open. Her originally despairing face was now filled with shock. At this moment, there was another person whose expression had changed greatly, and that was Zhao Feng. He never would have thought that the ant in his imagination could actually block Ling Kong's attack head-on. He had a clear feeling of the power of Ling Kong's attack just now. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if it was him, he did not have the confidence to block it. But now, an ant of the 6th level of elixir had actually done it. How was this possible? Ling Kong himself was also in disbelief at this moment. How could a cultivator of the 6th level of elixir block his full strength attack? Chapter 385. Ling Kong's heart was shaken. However, the more shaken he was, the more furious he felt. A mere level 6 elixir cultivator, what qualifications did he have to block his attack? He should have crawled at his feet and trembled. Therefore, in the next instant, he stomped on the ground angrily once again. Surging energy gathered and wrapped around his right fist like vines. Then he threw out a punch. The momentum of this punch was even more turbulent than before. Ling Kong wanted to prove that Yen Chutian was only able to block his attack by luck. There could be a first time, but there would definitely not be a second time. As Ling Kong punched out, the surging power poured out without restraint, shattering the light screen in front of Yen Chutian that was already densely covered in cracks. Immediately after, the power of this punch did not weaken at all. It continued to fly towards Yen Chutian's head. However, just as this punch was about to land on the latter's head, a palm finally moved. Under the gazes of many people, the palm slapped towards the powerful punch. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene occurred. The seemingly weak palm slapped out, but it forcibly met the powerful punch head-on. No matter how much the surging energy tried to suppress it, it was unable to advance even an inch. Such a scene caused waves to rise in the crowd once again. This was because they really could not believe that an unknown level 6 elixir cultivator was able to face Ling Kong, who was a level 9 elixir cultivator. After his punch was blocked, once again, Ling Kong raised his head. His gaze met Yen Chutian's indifferent face, and now this face was incomparably arrogant in Ling Kong's mind. Could it be that he, Ling Kong, was unable to deal with a level 6 elixir cultivator? Therefore, he stomped on the ground once again. However, following this stomp, the extent of the cracks on the ground continued to multiply. Furthermore, within the cracks, there was a flame-like black gas that continued to rise. In a few breaths, the black gas cracks covered Yen Chutian's surroundings. Even if Ling Kong did not do anything, the black gas that enveloped him carried an extremely powerful pressure. It was enough to make it difficult for a level 9 elixir cultivator to defend against. Then he looked towards Yan Chutian. Ling Kong's face was filled with a strange sneer. After failing time and time again, he no longer hesitated and was about to unleash his most powerful attack. Great Blood Evil Slash. The next moment, Ling Kong decisively roared. Along with his roar, the surging black qi seemed to have been summoned and gathered above Yan Chutian's head. In a few breaths of time, a dense black qi had already condensed above Yan Chutian's head. An enormous oppressive might began to pervade the air. Compared to before, the oppressive might was more than twice as powerful. However, this was not the end of the transformation. As the black gas slowly squirmed, the vague feeling of sharpness continued to grow. In the end, it completely transformed into a dazzling black blade that appeared between the heavens and the earth. As the black blade appeared, cries of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd. This was because the Great Blood Evil Slash was extremely famous. He actually used the Great Blood Evil Slash directly. The Great Blood Evil Slash is a demonic grade spirit art. It will gather all of the evil blood chi of the user. The might of this slash is extremely powerful. Even cultivators of the same level as the user would find it difficult to defend against it. Ling Kong has long been at the Elixir Level 9 cultivation. His spirit inscriptions have also transformed into 5 directions. Who in the Elixir realm can block the might of this slash? That brat is finished. Although I don't know how he blocked Ling Kong's previous attack, under this Great Blood Evil Slash, there will be no more luck. Cries of surprise sounded out from all directions. The meaning behind these words was naturally that they were extremely worried about Yan Chutian. In their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, under Ling Kong's Great Blood Evil Slash, there would be no more luck. It was only because this spirit art was truly extraordinary. It was not an exaggeration to say that if a cultivator at the first level of the Yuanying realm used it, then even a cultivator at the first level of the Yuanying realm would find it difficult to defend against it. Slash. At the same time, the power of the Great Blood Evil Slash seemed to have accumulated to its limit. Following Ling Kong's cold shout, the black blade violently slashed down towards Yan Chutian. Hua! As the black blade slashed down, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have been cut off because of this slash. All of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was cut apart was naturally absorbed by the black blade, transforming into a part of its surging power that continued to violently attack Yan Chutian. "Brother Yan!" Zhang Xiong exclaimed. Even though Yan Chutian's previous performance was astonishing, deep worry still emerged in his heart. Because, in his opinion, Yan Chutian was only at the 6th level of the Elixir realm. Even if his performance was astonishing, how could he guarantee that there would be a third time if it happened once or twice? Not to mention, the current Ling Kong seemed to have unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. The power of this slash could be said to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Just like Zhang Xiong, Zhang Ling was also extremely worried. However, at this moment, she wasn't worried about herself, but about Yan Chutian's situation. In the end, she wasn't a heartless person. After experiencing this, she finally understood what human nature was. Facing the power of this slash, although Yan Chutian's eyes were grave, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear. Such an attack was indeed extremely powerful. It was likely that almost no one in the Elixir realm could withstand it. In other words, if Ling Kong was in the mortal world, he would definitely be the number 1 favored one. However, the one he encountered was Yan Chutian. For Yan Chutian, one of the top 10 favored ones in the heaven realm, even if his cultivation was less than 1 in 10,000, how could he be judged by ordinary standards? As the slash approached, Yan Chutian exhaled lightly. When the breath was exhaled, a ray of light immediately emerged in his eyes. In the next moment, a powerful aura slowly surged in his body. A tricolored light emerged, and when it was brewing to the extreme, it turned into a violent light of the star mark and rushed towards the enemy. This was the triple fragmentary star mark. Whoosh, whoosh! The same sound of wind breaking resounded between heaven and earth. It seemed to be extremely slow, but in fact, in the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided with each other. The great blood slash was extraordinary, and it attracted the attention of many people. However, such a slash was unable to move an inch under Yen Chutian's triple fragmentary star mark. But of course, Yen Chutian's three-origin fragmentary star mark was constantly being whittled down by the great blood fiend slash. To be honest, the level of Yen Chutian's triple fragmentary star mark was definitely higher than the great blood slash. However, in order to reach its true level of power, it had to reach the 6th level. But now it was merely at the 3rd level, and its power was ultimately limited. Moreover, Yen Chutian's true cultivation was only at the 6th level of the elixir realm. Therefore, Yen Chutian was not disappointed at all to be able to reach this level. On the other hand, such a scene caused Ling Kong's expression to become extremely ugly. How could he accept that an ant in his eyes was actually able to compete with him in terms of spirit arts again? However, regardless of whether he could accept it or not, this was the truth. Even if his great blood slash was extremely powerful, and it was able to break through the defenses of many cultivators or spirit arts like a hot knife through butter. However, today, under the light of the star mark, it was difficult to display its former dominance. At the same time, this scene once again stirred up ripples in the surrounding crowd. They were well aware of the power of the great blood slash. Therefore, they were even more shocked that Yen Chutian could use spirit arts to block it head-on. This, he actually managed to block Ling Kong's great blood fiend slash. How is this possible? What level has that star mark spirit art reached? Could it be that it is also a demon rank spirit art? However, with so much shock and doubt, it was destined that no one would be able to answer, because only Yen Chutian knew the answer. However, how could Yen Chutian answer their questions? Boom, boom! The rumbling sounds continued, and after this rumbling sound, both the great blood slash and the star mark light were completely annihilated. Clearly, the two of them had ended up in mutual destruction. However, although it was mutual destruction, the meaning of this was completely different to the crowd, because this scene caused everyone to be unable to suppress their thoughts. Could it be that this cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could really fight with Ling Kong head-on? Chapter 386. After his powerful attack was blocked, the one who was most shocked was naturally the one who attacked Ling Kong himself. How could he accept that his great blood fiend slash was blocked by a level 6 elixir cultivator? How tenacious was this level 6 elixir cultivator? His heart shook, but it was also because of this that a wisp of graveness appeared in his eyes when he looked at Yen Chutian. He was not a fool. Even though he was being attacked by the heat of the Nine Suns pool, the scene before him made him realize that the level 6 elixir cultivator in his eyes was definitely not limited to the cultivation on the surface. Otherwise, not to mention the great blood fiend slash, just the full force attack from before should have been difficult to block and injured him. Therefore, after calming himself down, he looked at Yen Chutian again. This time, there was much less disdain in his eyes. I admit that you are extraordinary, but you are still only a level 6 elixir cultivator. Therefore, the only outcome for you today is defeat. Remember, the person who will defeat and kill you today is called Ling Kong. As his voice fell, there was a dense spiritual energy around his body that was like a swimming dragon that slowly rose up. A powerful aura spread out. At this moment, not to mention Yen Chutian, even the spectators in the distance could feel this oppressive feeling. As the aura continued to brew, rays of light appeared in Ling Kong's eyes. Within the light, there were many strange runes that were continuously gathering together. In a short period of time, 5 spiritual patterns appeared one after another. However, this was not the end. These 5 mysterious spiritual patterns that appeared one after another had a strange connection between them. As they connected with each other, the originally scattered spiritual patterns faintly felt as if they were one. Soon after, an even more mysterious energy spread out. Compared to before, this energy was so much more powerful that it was unknown just how much more powerful it was. However, when they saw this scene, there was not a single person who did not know. They clearly knew exactly what kind of power was being emitted from Ling Kong's body. By condensing 5 spiritual tattoos, he could turn them into the power of the 5 directions around the elixir in his dantian. The minimum requirement for one to step into the nascent soul realm was to transform the spirit runes into 5 directions. As long as one was related to the Yuanying realm, it was not difficult to know that even if the spiritual tattoos had turned into the 5 directions and had yet to enter the Yuanying realm, it could increase the strength of a cultivator greatly, far surpassing those of the same level. And right now, Ling Kong was mobilizing the power of the 5 directions. Because of this, everyone who was still shocked by Yan Chutian's previous performance was shocked. At this moment, they all felt that Yan Chutian was in grave danger. However, they were no longer looking down on Yan Chutian. Through the previous scenes, Yan Chutian's performance had already stunned them. They knew that Yan Chutian had the strength to fight against a level 9 elixir cultivator. However, that was because the disparity between him and Ling Kong was too great. Ling Kong's spiritual tattoos had turned into the 5 directions, and the power he could unleash had already surpassed the elixir realm. Therefore, no matter how strong one was in the elixir realm, how could they compete with someone who had surpassed the elixir realm? The power of the 5 directions. Zhang Xiong's eyes trembled. How could he not know about the power of the 5 directions? Even if Yan Chutian's previous performance had exceeded his expectations, what could he do in front of the power of the 5 directions? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he looked at the surging power of the 5 directions. His face was full of desire. He had also stepped into the elixir realm, so his next target was naturally the power of the 5 directions. Only after turning into the power of the 5 directions could he try to break through to the Yuanying realm. Since Ling Kong had even unleashed the power of the 5 forces, regardless of how the 6th level Yuan Danant had managed to last until now, it was time for him to stop. Finally, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people and Ling Kong's arrogant sneer, he took a step forward and punched out violently. It was a normal punch, but this punch that contained the power of the 5 directions was even stronger than the great blood demon slash from before. Boom! Boom! Even if the punch did not hit Yan Chutian, loud booms could be heard continuously. Wherever the punch went, space would collapse. This was the power of a Yuanying realm cultivator's attack. Facing this powerful punch, Yan Chutian also had a solemn expression. At this moment, he also knew that he could no longer hide. However, it did not matter to him whether he hid or not. If he wanted to hide, he would not have appeared and just ignored it. However, his temperament would not allow him to do so. Therefore, if he could not hide, then he would not hide. Boom! The punch landed. The power of the punch was no longer limited to just one punch. It directly destroyed Yan Chutian. Another cloud of dust surged into the air, accompanied by huge ripples that continuously surged out into the surrounding heaven and earth. However, this time, in the eyes of the crowd, there was no chance of luck. The power of the 5 directions was extremely strong. Even if Yan Chutian was strong and strange in the elixir realm, it would be difficult for him to match up to the power of the 5 directions. Similarly, this time, Ling Kong's expression was even colder and more arrogant. Under his power of the 5 directions, his opponent must have died tragically. However, this could not be blamed on anyone else. Who asked him to be so reckless and offend him, just when everyone thought that the situation was over? As the flying dust gradually dispersed, a sharp-eyed cultivator was suddenly shocked. However, it was hard for him to imagine what he was seeing. so he rubbed his eyes like a mortal before hurriedly turning his gaze back. This time, when he saw the situation again, he finally accepted such an outcome. This also caused him to uncontrollably cry out in surprise. He actually did not die. What? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Instantly, countless gazes shrouded the sky and covered the earth. When they saw the scene of the smoke and dust dissipating, their expressions changed drastically, just like the cultivators who exclaimed before. In their eyes, Yan Chutian was not only not dead, he was clearly standing on the ground in perfect condition. In front of him, there was an intact light curtain that blocked all the violent power. This scene was similar to the scene when the great blood fiend landed not long ago. However, it was the same scene, but the commotion it would cause would be much, much greater. The great blood fiend just now was extremely strong, but it was also the power of the elixir realm. However, the power of the 5 forces had surpassed the elixir realm. Therefore, how could he resist it? No, that is not a simple light curtain of spiritual energy. It seems to be, however, there were also some sharp-eyed people who were keenly aware that the power surging in the light curtain of spiritual energy was not just pure spiritual energy. It seemed to be the power of the 5 forces. However, how could this be possible? How could a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm use the power of the 5 forces? The power of the 5 forces? Cries of surprise continuously rang out in the surrounding area. Numerous gazes were shot over, all of them filled with deep shock. How could they accept that a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could use the power of the 5 forces? However, what else could the surging power be other than the power of the 5 forces? Moreover, other than the power of the 5 forces, what other power could resist the power of the 5 forces? How is this possible? Ling Kong's expression was tense. His pupils had almost shrunk into a black. It was extremely ugly. How could he accept that a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could use the power of the 5 forces? Could it be that he had also condensed 5 spiritual tattoos? However, how could a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm be able to condense 5 spiritual tattoos? If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that when he reached the 9th level of the elixir realm, he would be able to condense 6 or even 7 spiritual tattoos? This is impossible. Break for me. Ling Kong gritted his teeth and shouted. This could not be the truth. This power must be a smokescreen. How could he condense 5 spiritual tattoos and use the power of the 5 forces? Boom! His fists, which were filled with violent power, continuously smashed down. However, even though they could cause a huge commotion on the light curtain of spiritual energy, they could not break it apart. Such a situation made Ling Kong's expression turn increasingly ugly. However, it was also because of this that he slowly accepted the unbelievable thought in his heart. This cultivator, who was only at the 6th level of the elixir realm, had actually condensed 5 spiritual tattoos and controlled the power of the 5 forces. A cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm who possessed the power of the 5 forces finally made Ling Kong, who had always been domineering, feel a huge amount of pressure. Chapter 387. Thinking back, even when he was at the 6th level of the elixir, he had only condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions. If it was the other party, he had already condensed 5 spiritual inscriptions and turned them into 5 directions. This feeling of disparity made Ling Kong feel extremely humiliated in his heart. But even if he was full of anger, he could not release it, because even the power of the 5 directions that surpassed the elixir realm could not suppress the other party. Then what ability could he use? Ling Kong was angry but helpless. He could only retreat resentfully, because, in his opinion, he could not deal with the other party today, no matter what. Moreover, the scorching heat invasion on his body could not be delayed any longer. If this continued for a long time, even if he could get rid of it in the end, it would cause quite a bit of damage to his body. Ling Kong's retreat was seen by many people. At this time, they could naturally understand that Ling Kong knew that it was difficult to suppress the other party, so he took the initiative to retreat. And such a scene, even if it had shocked them too much previously, at this moment, they could not help but exclaim a few times. No one would have thought that an ordinary 6th level elixir cultivator could actually fight with Ling Kong, who was at the 9th level of the elixir, to such an extent. In the end, even if Ling Kong used the power of the 5 directions, it was still blocked by the other party, and he had no choice but to retreat. But what made everyone even more shocked was that this 6th level elixir cultivator actually also had the power of the 5 directions. To be able to condense the 5 directions of the spiritual inscriptions with such a cultivation level, this was even unprecedented in the legends of the heaven realm that they knew. Therefore, many people even had a bold idea in their hearts. Could it be that this was another top genius that was about to rise up? At the same time, looking at Ling Kong's retreat, Yan Chutan, who had been silent since the beginning of the battle, finally spoke coldly. "Want to leave? Die." Before his voice fell, Yan Chutian had already struck out a palm across the air, and the huge power of the 5 directions raged and swept towards Ling Kong. This situation was obviously not expected by Ling Kong. How could he have thought that, even though he had taken the initiative to give up attacking, the other party would not let him go and attack him forcefully? If it was before, he would definitely think that the other party's attack was too laughable. Attacking him with the power of a level 6 elixir was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. But just now, he already knew that the other party also controlled the power of the 5 directions. If he was hit by the palm, he wouldn't have any good ending. As a result, Ling Kong hurriedly mobilized his 5 directional strength to defend himself. However, even so, he was still caught off guard and was forced back several meters by Yan Chutian's palm. Even the clothes on his body were torn in several places. Yan Chutian's sudden attack and Ling Kong's sorry state immediately shocked the surrounding crowd. They really didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. In particular, Yan Chutian made them even more shocked. This 6th level elixir practitioner actually didn't give up even after Ling Kong had clearly retreated. However, at this very moment, they were unable to utter any words of mockery. Yan Chutian, who possessed the power of the 5 forces, could not be said to be stronger than all of them, but at least he was the majority. "You're courting death." Ling Kong gritted his teeth. Other than disbelief, there was also deep humiliation on his face. He had clearly retreated, but the other party still didn't give up. Could it be that the other party really thought that he was no match for him? However, what made Ling Kong helpless was that the face that he angrily met was still calm. There was no emotion at all. Next, he could hear Yan Chutian's even more domineering and indifferent words. "Kneel down and apologize, and I'll spare your dog life." "In your dreams." Such words not only caused the crowd to be in an uproar, but also caused Ling Kong's expression to change. He didn't expect that this guy with the 6th level elixir would be so arrogant. However, in this way, the fierceness in his body was completely aroused. Did he really think that he was no match for him and wanted to flee in fear? Both of them controlled the power of the 5 directions. He couldn't kill him, but he couldn't take advantage of him either. Supreme Black Heaven Seal. In his anger, how could Ling Kong retreat? He raised his fist, formed a seal, and directly smashed towards Yan Chutian. In this, the most important thing was naturally the power of the 5 directions. The surging and violent power of the 5 directions was enough to crush any 9th level elixir cultivator. However, in the face of the power of the 5 directions, why should Yan Chutian be afraid? At the same time that the power of the 5 directions surged, in the depths of his arm, there was a dense and inexplicable power that gradually flowed. When he struck out with his palm, the surging power in the dark also crazily poured out. Boom, boom! A deafening roar immediately resounded. After the collision, the two figures quickly retreated backwards. Then, a thick arrogance appeared on Ling Kong's face. He laughed sinisterly. So what if you have the power of the 5 directions? Against me, Ling Kong, you can only fight to a draw. What can you do to me? If Ling Kong's attitude was compared to now, it would definitely make the surrounding people feel that it was extremely laughable. But now, based on the scene before them, they couldn't say anything to refute it. Because no matter how amazing Yan Chutian's performance was, even if he controlled the power of the 5 directions, he could only be on par with Ling Kong or even be slightly behind. In this way, how could he make him kneel and apologize? However, what everyone didn't expect was that in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian's face didn't have any ugly expression. Instead, for some reason, a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Seeing this cold smile, Ling Kong felt uneasy in his heart. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. But in the face of such a situation, how could the other party attack for no reason? Finally, in the next moment, Ling Kong knew why. At his chest, there was suddenly a violent explosion. Such a sudden attack, even if he was on guard, was completely unable to predict it. Immediately, the power of the explosion tore through all of his defenses and heavily bombarded his chest. Pooh! Instantly, a thick fog of blood was spat out by Ling Kong. The pain in his chest spread throughout his body, as if his body was about to be torn in half. However, before he could feel the pain, he felt another wave of uneasiness appear behind him. He turned around with difficulty and saw Yan Chutian's figure appear behind him like a ghost. Under such a situation, even if his body was heavily injured, Ling Kong hurriedly suppressed the injuries in his body. He immediately stomped on the ground and quickly escaped into the distance. However, towards his escape, Yan Chutian only coldly smiled. He also stomped on the ground and quickly chased after him. The sudden change in the situation made everyone gasp for breath. What was going on? They both controlled the power of the 5 directions. How could the 6th level elixir cultivator tear apart Ling Kong's defense so easily? At this moment, Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling were completely presented in a dreamlike scene. Until now, they were still immersed in the fact that Yan Chutian also controlled the power of the 5 directions. Thinking about it now, the two of them felt their faces turn red. Zhang Xiong was still fine. After all, he had sincerely befriended him. However, Zhang Ling's face was so red that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. At this moment, how could she not see how outstanding Yan Chutian was? Compared to Zhao Feng, who she had always been close to and had almost given herself to, he was many times stronger. However, she did not notice such a genius in the past and had always looked down on him. She was probably like a joke in his eyes at that time. At this moment, Zhao Feng had already disappeared. Obviously, he had sensed that the situation was not good and quickly left first. Just as the crowd was still in shock, in less than half an hour, a figure fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground in a sorry state. However, even if he fell in such a sorry state, when the dust settled, the figure was still kneeling. It was obvious that someone had done something to him before he fell. As for who this kneeling figure was, there was no need to think too much. It was Ling Kong who was crazily escaping just now. At this moment, Ling Kong's heart was about to go crazy. How could he imagine that even if he reported his identity, the other party would still ignore him and forcefully injure him, making him lose face in front of everyone? He swore that, as long as he did not die today, he would definitely tear the other party into pieces in the future. Chapter 388. Looking at Ling Kong, who was kneeling in the deep pit with a face full of hatred, Zhang Xiong's shock could only be described as numbness. As for Zhang Ling, her heart was filled with deep regret. She had taken the initiative to get close to Zhao Feng, who had almost offered her body, but in front of Ling Kong, Zhao Feng had no intention of resisting. Instead, he had taken the initiative to suppress her and offer her to the other party. And Yan Chutian, whom she had always looked down on, had suppressed Ling Kong in such a domineering manner. Compared to him, what was Xiao Feng? It was just that she was blind to give up on real gold and approach a pile of dog sh*t. However, after the shock, Zhang Xiong suddenly recalled something. His originally shocked expression immediately became extremely anxious. This was because he knew that Ling Kong's domineering strength was not only because of his own strength, but also because of the faction behind him. Otherwise, speaking of which, there were Yuaning realm experts near the forbidden grounds of the Nine-Yang Abyss. How would he dare to be so domineering? Therefore, when Yan Chutian appeared again and landed beside him, he hurriedly said to Yan Chutian, "Brother Yan, thank you for saving me today. But Brother Yan, we must leave this place. Ling Kong is the son of the Yangyan City's city lord." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not have a surprised expression. Not to mention, he had already guessed that Ling Kong should have some kind of identity. When he was capturing him earlier, he had heard Ling Kong announce his identity. The Yangyan City's city lord was the highest position in Yangyan City, apart from the city lord. However, since he had already made a move, he would no longer be afraid. Furthermore, even if it was the son of the city lord who had done such a despicable thing, everyone had the right to kill him. Therefore, Yan Chutian lightly nodded towards Ling Kong and said, "Brother Zhang, take your beloved sister and leave as soon as possible. I have a way to escape." Hearing this, Ling Kong opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, when he thought of the shocking strength that Yan Chutian had displayed, he believed that the other party should have the ability to escape. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded and dragged his crippled body as he took Zhang Ling and shot towards the horizon. It was likely that the two of them would never get close to Yangyan City again in their entire lives. After sending Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling off with his eyes, Yan Chutian shifted his gaze to the half-kneeling youth in the crater, whose eyes were filled with humiliation and resentment. Immediately after, Ling Kong raised his head, gritted his teeth, and viciously shouted, "No matter who you are after today, you will die a miserable death. My father will definitely not let you off." Before he finished speaking, he was about to sneer coldly. However, before he could laugh, Yan Chutian gave him a solid slap in the face. This force was so great that it directly left a deep red mark on his face, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With this, Ling Kong was immediately stunned. When he thought of the countless gazes that were focused on him at this moment, he wanted to go crazy. This humiliation, even if he was able to tear him into 1,000 pieces in the future, it would still be difficult to wash away. However, just as he was about to shout crazily, he inadvertently met Yan Chutian's cold gaze, which immediately made him stunned, because at this moment he could clearly feel the killing intent emitted by the other party. In other words, the other party actually had the intention to kill him. Suddenly, Ling Kong came to his senses. Right now, his life was in the hands of the other party. Therefore, if he was angered, the other party might really do something crazy in a fit of anger. And that kind of madness was obviously not something he could bear. At the same time, he suddenly felt Ling Kong's aura retract. Glancing at his expression, Yan Chutian thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He had thought that Ling Kong really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but it turned out that he knew about life and death and was afraid of death. Just now, he had indeed had the intention to kill. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still restrained his killing intent in the end. Because in the end, he still had to enter Yangyan City. After all, he had to enter the teleportation array. Otherwise, if he relied on his own strength to pass through the forbidden area, the Nine-Yang Abyss, it would be tantamount to courting death. Even his master didn't dare to enter such a dangerous forbidden area, let alone the current him. Therefore, he couldn't kill Ling Kong. Otherwise, if he really offended the Yangyan City Guard, he would no longer have the chance to safely enter Yangyan City. However, even if he didn't kill him, Ling Kong wouldn't have an easy time today. Boom, boom, boom. Next, It was Yan Chutian's ferocious destruction. After a round of destruction, Ling Kong had already fainted at the bottom of the huge pit, his aura hanging by a thread. Yan Chutian didn't kill him, but such a heavy blow was enough to make Ling Kong lie in bed for half a year before he could recover. Furthermore, Yan Chutan could clearly sense that the scorching heat that had been accumulating in Ling Kong's body had completely erupted. Therefore, even if he could recover in the future, the eruption of the scorching heat would cause great damage to his cultivation foundation. This result seemed to be extremely cruel to him, but he had brought it upon himself. Yan Chutian was clear that if it wasn't for his existence today, Zhongling would have been ruined by Ling Kong. Even the scorching heat in his body would have been transferred to Zhang Ling's body, causing the latter to die a miserable death. Yan Chutian wouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for someone who didn't care about other people's lives. After that, Yan Chutian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and disappeared from this vast world. The originally noisy world suddenly quietened down, but at this moment, everyone's gazes couldn't remain calm, because they knew that under this silence, even the sky was about to be pierced through. The son of Ling Feng, who was the heir of Yangyan City, had been severely injured and humiliated to such an extent today. With his attitude of spoiling his son, he would probably go crazy when he found out. At that time, even if he had to overturn rivers and seas, he would still capture and kill the culprit. Apart from that, what still deeply shocked everyone was naturally the young man who was only at the 6th level of elixir. He had actually condensed 5 spiritual inscriptions and grasped the power of the 5 directions. With such talent, as long as he didn't die, stepping into the Yuanying realm was inevitable. Furthermore, when he stepped into the Yuanying realm, the number of spiritual inscriptions he condensed might reach the 6th, 7th, or even more. If that was the case, his talent would probably be able to catch up to the performance of the top geniuses of the Heaven realm when they were in the elixir realm. A storm was destined to rise. Yan Chutian quickly retreated. He didn't retreat from the vicinity of the 9-yang abyss, but he didn't continue to go deeper. Here, he could gradually force out the scorching heat that was invading his body. Furthermore, he would only return to Yangyan City after finding 20 fire crystals. However, now that he thought about it, returning to Yangyan City was destined to not be peaceful. However, he was still on the side of reason, and he didn't offend the city guard, so the other party wouldn't disregard everything. After all, Yangyan City had Iron Blood rules. As long as he stepped in, others couldn't do anything to him. Even if the city guard was from the city lord's mansion, it was most likely the same. Otherwise, if the city lord's mansion didn't set an example and could kill others as they wished, how could the many cultivators obey the rules? With that thought, Yan Chutian calmed himself down and found a secluded spot to sit down cross-legged. While dispelling the scorching heat, he recovered from his exhaustion. After an hour, Yan Chutian finally opened his eyes. At the same time, he gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. However, after that, Yan Chutian didn't immediately move. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged. However, his hands weren't idle. With a raise of his hand, a chinquan bag and a storage ring appeared. These were the items on Ling Kong's body. With Ling Kong's status, the items he possessed naturally wouldn't be too bad. Yan Chutian thought that there would definitely be something he needed inside. As expected, when Yan Chutian opened the chinquan bag, a large number of heaven crystals appeared inside. This chinquan bag seemed to be specially used to store heaven crystals. There were countless of them, probably millions of them. Millions of heaven crystals. To an ordinary Yuanying realm cultivator, this was a huge fortune. For Ling Kong, who was at the 9th level of the elixir realm, to possess such a treasure, it was no wonder he was the son of the city guard. After putting away all the heaven crystals in his bag, Yan Chutian turned his gaze to the storage ring. There was a restriction on the storage ring. However, even Ling Kong wasn't his opponent, so the restriction naturally wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yen Chutian was able to easily break through the restriction. When Yen Chutian looked into the space inside the storage ring, his face immediately lit up with joy, because with just a glance he saw several pieces of fire crystals. Chapter 389. Several pieces of fire crystals were a great surprise for Yen Chutian, because to the current him, even the millions of heavenly crystals from before were not as important as these few pieces of fire crystals. With the addition of these fire crystals, the number of fire crystals he had in his possession had reached 8. 8 pieces of fire crystals was already a big step forward compared to the number of 20. As long as he could obtain another 12 pieces of fire crystals, he would be able to gather 20 pieces and use them to exchange for the teleportation array. After happily putting away these fire crystals, Yen Chutian turned his gaze to other places in the space. After that, he also saw quite a number of sealed natural treasures. Among them, there was even the last elixir that he was unable to find back then, the heavy yuan fruit. The so-called heavy yuan fruit was only the size of a thumb, but it was extremely heavy. Even cultivators who had just started cultivating would not be able to pick up such a spiritual fruit. However, even if he found the heavy yuan fruit now, it would not give Yen Chutian too much of a surprise, because in the current situation, he needed to find enough mysterious items in order to nourish Chiu and Muwan and wake them up from their deep slumber. However, even as one of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm, he had rarely heard of such items. As for seeing them, he had almost never seen them before. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he had gathered all the treasures needed to cultivate the splitting consciousness technique, Yen Chutian would have been extremely confident. But now he really had no clue. However, no matter what, he had to find those rare items that only existed in legends. No matter what price he had to pay or how much effort he had to put in, he would not hesitate. Huff! He exhaled lightly and temporarily suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. Following that, he continued to scan the items in the space. This Ling Kong was indeed worthy of being the son of the Yangyan city governor. The things contained within were extremely rich. Other than the previous 2, there were also spiritual pills, spiritual techniques, and even array scrolls. However, compared to the previous items, these array scrolls or spiritual techniques were not something that Yen Chutian was interested in. He was not lacking in spirit spells to begin with, but he lacked the conditions and time to learn all the powerful spirit spells. As for the formation, just the formation inheritance of the great spirit human sovereign had benefited him immensely. Until now, he had not been able to enjoy it. How could he have the time or energy to comprehend other low-level formations? Therefore, Yen Chutian directly treated these things as trash and kept them in a corner of his storage space. He carefully kept the things that he needed. Right when Yen Chutian was packing up, his sharp eyes immediately noticed that a jade slip was placed at the side of an inconspicuous table. Puzzled, Yen Chutian took out the jade slip and sent his perception into it. A moment later, Yen Chutian's originally doubtful expression was immediately replaced by ecstasy. This was because he was pleasantly surprised to discover that what was recorded in the jade scroll was actually a map of the deeper regions near the Nine-Yang Abyss. The location of the endpoint was marked with the words Fire Crystal. In such a situation, Yen Chutian couldn't help but wonder if the place the map was pointing to was a region that produced fire crystals. Thinking back to the numerous fire crystals he had obtained and the situation where Ling Kong was deeply affected by the heat, Yen Chutian was even more certain of his guess. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to the place marked on the jade slip. At the same time, the news of Ling Kong being heavily injured in the outside world finally reached Jiangyan City. Not long after, the crowd could see an enormous aura appear on the spacious land. This aura was something that even Tianfu realm cultivators would find difficult to defend against, let alone Yuaning realm cultivators. It was hard to imagine how strong the owner of this aura was. When this huge aura disappeared, what disappeared at the same time was Ling Kong, who was originally unconscious in a huge pit. However, there were people who came and went. Some people left, and some groups appeared on the land. The goal of this group was to kill Yen Chutian, who dared to kill the son of the city guard and severely injure Ling Kong. Everyone had expected this to happen. Thus, they were not surprised at all. After all, they knew how much Ling Feng doted on Ling Kong. How could he not be furious when he knew that his beloved son was so heavily injured? Following which, they couldn't help but worry about Yen Chutian's situation. They really didn't know if the youth would be able to escape from Ling Feng's orders. Yen Chutian wouldn't know that a battle to kill him had already begun. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. Ever since he took action, he had already thought of many possibilities. At this moment, Yen Chutian was walking in the depths of the Nine-Yang Abyss. As he walked in step by step, the temperature of the surrounding world continued to rise. The high temperature of the outside world was one thing, but the key was that within this high temperature, there were strands of heat that even spiritual energy couldn't resist, constantly invading his body. Luckily, Yen Chutian's foundation was extraordinary. His ability to withstand this heat was far from what a normal elixir realm cultivator could compare to. Otherwise, even if he obtained the map in the jade strip, he could only stare helplessly. Chi-chi! As he stepped on the soft sand, a crisp sound rang out. Yen Chutian raised his head and looked at his surroundings. At this moment, even his eyes had a trace of red light. After looking at his surroundings, Yen Chutian's gaze returned to the jade strip. According to the map, the location marked with the 3 words "Fire Crystal" should be nearby. However, why was there still an endless expanse of land around him? Yen Chutian suddenly looked at the ground. With this glance, he suddenly realized something, following which he slowly inserted his palm into the sand. Following the insertion of his palm, an enormous amount of spiritual energy that seemed to cover the sky and earth had already followed the gaps between the sand and continuously spread towards the depths. As the heat became more and more obvious, Yen Chutian finally sensed that there was a completely different world beneath the ground. Under such circumstances, how could Yen Chutian hesitate? Immediately, he heavily stepped on the sand beneath him. Violent spiritual energy surged and continuously bombarded the layer of sand beneath his feet. Under the continuous attacks, a pitch-black tunnel was created by Yen Chutian. However, following the appearance of the tunnel, even more boiling heat waves continuously surged out. Furthermore, within these heat waves, the heat became even more intense. Facing such a situation, even a Yuanying realm cultivator would not dare to rashly enter. However, this was not enough to stop Yen Chutian. Furthermore, even Ling Kong did not stop him. How could Yen Chutian feel that he was inferior to that person who had lost to him? Therefore, after taking a deep breath and slowly adjusting his body's condition, Yen Chutian stepped into the tunnel. The amount of fire crystals here had indeed exceeded Yen Chutian's imagination. Within a short period of time, he had consecutively found 5 pieces of fire crystals. He was only half a day away from gathering 20 pieces of fire crystals. He would be able to do so in less than 2 months. However, such a dense amount of fire crystals also meant that the heat within the tunnel had reached a frightening degree. Yen Chutian's eyes were rapidly turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under such circumstances, even if he was slightly stronger than Ling Kong, he would not be able to stay here for long. However, seeing that he was about to gather 20 fire crystals, how could he give up? Mysterious young body. Helpless, Yen Chutian could only roar and summon the mysterious young body. Although he did not think that the mysterious young body would have much of a defensive effect, it would be good if it could hold on for a moment longer. However, Yen Chutian did not expect that the appearance of the mysterious young body did not slow down the invasion of the heat. On the contrary, it seemed to have increased its speed. This immediately caused his expression to change greatly. How could the situation be like this? However, Yen Chutian soon understood the reason. Not only was the heat rapidly attracted by the outside world, even the heat accumulated in his body was the same. All the heat was constantly being sucked into his flesh and blood. His originally calm body immediately turned into a hungry wolf after being awakened, unable to suppress the desire in his heart. Therefore, Yan Chutian's eyes did not continue to turn red. Instead, the red glow gradually faded and returned to a pure and clear color. As the red glow faded, Yan Chutian's originally irritable and even somewhat stubborn mood gradually recovered. Once he recovered, he immediately realized that his mysterious young body could actually absorb the heat and use it for himself. Chapter 390. Yan Chutian had never imagined that the mysterious yang body would be able to absorb the heat emitted from the 9-yang abyss. After all, his mysterious yang body was clearly nourished by mysterious yang qi. With mysterious yang qi as the source, how could it absorb other energies? However, his unintentional actions had now placed the truth in front of him. Even if he had never thought of it, he had no choice but to accept it. However, such a truth would not harm Yan Chutian in the slightest. In fact, it was a joyous occasion for him. He was just worried that it would be difficult for him to establish himself in the depths of the 9-yang abyss. Now that such a situation had occurred, wouldn't he be able to move about without any scruples? As he sat cross-legged, the fiery red glow in his eyes began to dissipate. As the clarity in his eyes grew denser, Yan Chutian continued to advance deeper into the passageway. As he advanced and opened the passageway, Yan Chutian obtained another 2 fire crystals. After that, the passageway he opened finally connected to the strange space he had sensed in the depths of the sand. Looking ahead in the dark space, there was an ancient stone door that was faintly discernible. The ancient palace door was half open. From within the half-open palace door, a heat that was even more scalding than before slowly surged out. If an ordinary level 9 elixir cultivator were to stand here, they would not be able to stay here for even half an hour. Furthermore, Yan Chutian believed that even Ling Kong had not stepped inside. This was because even if it was him, if he had not suddenly discovered that the mysterious yang body could absorb the invading heat, he would not have been able to reach himself, much less establish himself here. Furthermore, it was the defeated Ling Kong. Since he had walked to this place, a huge choice had appeared in front of Yan Chutian. Should he step into this ancient palace door or not? Such an ancient palace door would definitely contain an opportunity. However, such an opportunity would often be accompanied by an equally huge danger. Such danger was very likely something that the current him would not be able to withstand. On the other hand, if he did not step in and instead search the surroundings, he believed that he would be able to quickly obtain the missing fire crystals. Therefore, when comparing the 2 options, it seemed that the second option was more reliable. After pondering for a moment, Yan Chutian raised his gaze and gradually locked onto the ancient palace door before him. Because at that moment, Yan Chutian could not help but think of the natural oddities. Almost all the extraordinary items that appeared in the heaven realm came from the various forbidden lands. And since this ancient palace door appeared near the 9-yang abyss, could it also contain a natural wonder? Even though Yan Chutian couldn't be sure about this, he still felt the need to step into it and find out what was going on. If they could really find a worldly wonder, it would be such a pleasant surprise for Qiuyu. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian silently pushed his mysterious young body to the maximum. In this place, his mysterious young body had become his greatest reliance. After that, he began to walk toward the entrance of the palace. Huff, huff! Walking to the front of the palace door, a scalding hot wind continuously rushed out from the half-opened palace door, bringing with it the sound of the wind. And such a hot wind naturally couldn't lack the intense heat. However, this heat was no longer a threat to Yan Chutian. His profound young body was like a hungry wolf, constantly devouring the scorching heat. This made Yan Chutian couldn't help but wonder if his third-grade mysterious young body wouldn't need to wait for the mysterious yang qi to advance and directly break through to the 4th grade if he swallowed enough heat. However, after thinking about it, Yen Chutian still threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. His mysterious yang body was ultimately based on the mysterious yang qi, so it was naturally impossible for it to jump out of the mysterious yang qi and advance on its own. However, after absorbing this heat, there was no doubt that the mysterious yang body was powerful. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe this situation as a mutation. Temporarily putting aside this thought, Yen Chutian took a deep breath of hot air, opened the palace door, and stepped into the palace door. Yen Chutian didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but after stepping into the palace door, he actually felt that this place seemed to be brighter than the previous passage. Looking around, the palace was cold and cheerless. Amidst the heat, there was an ancient, dusty aura that constantly spread out. However, such a palace floor didn't have any dust accumulated. But thinking about it, a strange place naturally had its own strange places. Yen Chutian didn't hesitate for too long. He directly walked deeper into the palace and stepped on the floor of this ancient palace. After walking for a few dozen feet, rays of red light constantly flashed in front of him. Yen Chutian followed the red light forward. After turning a corner, he actually caught a glimpse of a pile of fire crystals. This amount of fire crystals could be counted as nearly 100 pieces of fire crystals. Moreover, the light emitted by these fire crystals was obviously brighter than the fire crystals he had obtained in the outside world. This meant that the quality of the fire crystals he was looking at now should be higher. This scene made Yen Chutian pleasantly surprised. He didn't let down his determination to step into this palace door. Such a huge amount of fire crystals was enough to make up for his risk, and the extra fire crystals could be used as his own cultivation resources. The famous fire crystals, Yen Chutian believed that their cultivation effects would definitely be extraordinary. After that, Yen Chutian naturally didn't have any hesitation. He immediately cut up all the fire crystals and kept them. During this process, the thick heat constantly attacked him. Fortunately, he had the mysterious yang body to continuously absorb it. Otherwise, the invading heat would have directly burned him to ashes. Yen Chutian didn't doubt that even a Yuanning realm cultivator would find it difficult to gain a foothold in this place. He was also relying on the mysterious yang body. Otherwise, not to mention collecting these fire crystals, he could only be like Ling Kong in the outside world and leave with his tail between his legs. After keeping all the fire crystals, Yen Chutian continued to walk forward in this palace. Such a place shouldn't only have fire crystals. Shao! The crisp cry of an eagle resounded in the sky. As far as the eye could see, 1,000 feet in the air, a giant eagle was soaring through the air. As its wings flapped, a powerful wave of energy rippled outwards, enough to cause quite a few Primal Core adepts to feel their blood boil. The strength of this huge eagle was probably close to the Yuanning realm. However, even such a powerful giant eagle couldn't ignore the invasion of the heat in this place. Vaguely, a red light could be seen flickering in the beast's eyes. After the huge eagle flew for nearly 1,000 feet, it finally approached the ground and hovered at a low altitude. An indescribable fluctuation spread out from the body of the huge eagle and spread to the desert. There were only a few people, but each of them was an unprecedentedly huge figure. After a while, the huge eagle soared into the sky. The figures on the ground all had cold smiles on their faces. There was finally some news about the person who severely injured Ling Kong. Although they didn't have any feelings for Ling Kong and only had contempt and ridicule. However, they were extremely interested in the huge rewards that they could obtain if they captured the culprit. If they could obtain a Dao elixir, then they could try to break through in seclusion and seek stronger strength. They joined the city lord's manor and worked for Ling Feng. Their goal was to increase their strength. In the next moment, several people soared into the air and headed deeper into the region. As they continued to move forward, they started to have doubts. Why would a cultivator who is only at the elixir level 6 dare to come here? because even they didn't dare to act rashly in this place. However, thinking about the news they just received, it shouldn't be fake. Someone saw a similar figure appear here. After Ling Kong woke up, he gave out a jade letter that contained a map. Unfortunately, Ling Kong couldn't remember the exact location of the mark. Let's spread out and guard this region. As long as that elixir level 6 cultivator appears, we won't be able to escape. Someone spoke. His tone was filled with indifference. He wasn't worried that the other party would be difficult to deal with. After all, no matter how strong he was only at the elixir level. In front of Yuanying level cultivators like himself, what was he? However, before he finished, another person spoke out. Then, if we catch that fellow, how will we split the rewards? Kiki, of course, it will belong to whoever catches him. Okay, then I'll choose the eastern region. An old man let out a roar, and his body immediately shot into the air, heading straight for the eastern territory. Following closely behind, the others all chose a direction and finished splitting the nearby regions. As for what happened next, they just had to wait for the rat to appear. Chapter 391. In the depths of the hall, a figure was slowly walking in the heat waves. The heat surged into his body, but it didn't accumulate in his body like it did with other cultivators. The heat was constantly being absorbed by the figure's flesh and blood, fusing into the depths of his flesh and turning into a part of his power. One could faintly sense that an extremely powerful power was brewing in the figure's body. This figure was naturally Yan Chutian. After searching in the hall for a long time, his body was still absorbing the heat that permeated between heaven and earth. As this situation continued, he felt that his flesh and blood seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. To be more precise, his mysterious young body was undergoing some kind of change. Yan Chutian had never had such an experience before, so for a moment he didn't know what to do and could only ignore it. However, after ignoring it for a long time, when the change became bigger and bigger, he could no longer ignore it. He could only sit down and observe the changes in his flesh and blood. Under his observation, he didn't know if it was an illusion. Yan Chutian actually felt that his flesh and blood was emitting an aura that was similar to the heat around him. His originally calm body was slowly emitting a heat aura that flowed with the heat of heaven and earth, as if they were one. This change shocked Yan Chutian. Because of this, he no longer felt the discomfort of the heat. Furthermore, the heat emitted by his body was probably a huge hidden danger to other cultivators. Perhaps this hidden danger wouldn't appear at first, but after a long battle, it was enough to let the heat invade the opponent's body bit by bit. When the time comes and it explodes, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to withstand the power. After all, the source of this strange heat was the Nine-Yang Abyss, a danger from the forbidden grounds. Even if it was just a little bit, it was enough to threaten cultivators of various realms. Sensing the changes in his body, Yan Chutian didn't know whether to be happy or worried. However, it seemed that this didn't cause any harm to him. Furthermore, it gave him a more domineering attack similar to the mysterious yang energy, so there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Therefore, after a short while, Yan Chutian finally revealed a smile. Because of this result, his strength had increased by quite a bit. After that, Yan Chutian felt more at ease as he walked through the hall. This was because his body had already gotten used to the heat. It was enough to ignore the danger that most Xiozha had to worry about at all times. If this news were to spread, it would definitely make many cultivators jealous of Yan Chutian. Because of this ability, they were able to move around the Nine-Yang Abyss unimpeded. Whether it was searching for opportunities here or fighting with others, they would have a huge advantage. But at the same time, Yan Chutian was not very happy. This was because there didn't seem to be any other fortuitous encounters in this palace. When he looked around, there was only dead silence. Apart from the remaining flame crystals that he had dug out earlier, which were still flickering with a red light, there was nothing else. However, Yen Chutian felt that this palace shouldn't be so simple. Under this silence, there would definitely be other paradises. With that thought, Yen Chutian opened his spiritual eye, and, as expected, under the careful scanning of his spiritual eye, he finally found something strange at the corner of the palace. When Yen Chutian approached, he gently waved his hand and removed the concealment. When the concealment disappeared, a 3-foot-long cold blade that seemed to be condensed from ice crystals appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was no longer a hot aura. Instead, it was a cold aura that was completely different from before that continuously surged towards him. Perhaps it was because Yen Chutian's mysterious young body had mutated and was connected with the surrounding heat. Under the impact of this cold aura, it was extremely uncomfortable. It even made Yen Chutian subconsciously take a few steps back. After taking a few steps back, Yen Chutian summoned his spiritual energy in an attempt to block the cold aura that was surging towards him. However, what made him helpless was that this cold aura was just like the heat. Even if he tried to block it, it would still be easily penetrated. The cold aura continued to surge, forcing Yen Chutian to increase the heat that was spreading from his body. Under the friction between the two, they barely reached a balance. Then, Yen Chutian gently exhaled. He did not expect that a cold sword would suddenly appear in this hot space. But it was also because of this that he was extremely serious about this cold sword. A cold sword could actually exist in the heat near the Nine-Yang abyss. Furthermore, the cold aura that it emitted was able to suppress the heat. How could it be simple? After carefully examining it with his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian quickly realized that this 3-foot-long cold sword did not appear here for no reason. Instead, it was suppressed by someone as the eye of the array. The concealment formation exuded a profound aura. Even though Yen Chutian had studied the grand formation left behind by the Great Spirit Human Sovereign, when he sensed this formation, he could also sense a strong sense of profoundness. Yen Chutian had a premonition that perhaps the person who set up this array would not be too far off from the Great Spirit Human Sovereign. This array was the same. Therefore, how could Yen Chutian dare to approach it so easily? He quickly retreated, trying his best to distance himself from this array and the cold sword. Yen Chutian was very clear about how much power such a mysterious array could possess. Don't look at how this array looked and did not move at all. However, as long as it leaked out a little bit of power, it could kill him thousands of times over. Even if he regained his peak cultivation, the result would not be much better. However, it was also because of this that Yen Chutian could not help but be deeply curious. Under the suppression of this formation and cold edge, what exactly was being sealed? However, no matter how much he thought about it, he would not be able to come up with an answer by making random guesses. Therefore, Yen Chutian quickly threw away this thought and started to think about his current situation. He had already gathered the 20 fire crystals. However, the situation he was facing now could not be compared to before. He had severely injured Ling Kong. His father, Ling Feng, might have already given the order to kill him. Yen Chutian could completely imagine that there might be Yuanying practitioners searching for him in the outside world, wanting to find and kill him. Yen Chutian was clear that Ling Feng, a heavenly mansion stage cultivator, was the second in command of Yanyan City. He had the ability to order Yuanying stage cultivators to do things for him. This was why Yen Chutian knew that the moment he showed himself, he would be hunted down. Hence, before he headed out, he had to raise his strength as much as possible. Maybe such an increase in strength would be useless in the eyes of others as long as he didn't step into the Yuanying stage. However, it was different for Yen Chutian. If he raised his strength a little more, it was not impossible for him to deal with Yuanying stage cultivators. Furthermore, there was still about 2 months before the intercontinental teleportation array would be activated. Yen Chutian couldn't waste these 2 months. Hence, time flowed quickly once more. It seemed like a moment, but close to a month had passed. Deep underground in the sky, Although this region was calm, it was locked onto by numerous gazes. Any aura that appeared would not be able to escape their eyes. However, the lack of results in a month was wearing down their patience. They couldn't help but think about whether or not the cultivator with the elixir stage 6 didn't come here. However, even if they had their suspicions, they still didn't leave this place. After all, if they left this place, they would have no clue at all. Deep underground within the hall, on the praying mat in the air, a person was sitting cross-legged. The seemingly normal praying mat had an indescribable, mysterious aura that spread out and covered the person. In addition to this mysterious aura, there were also pieces of glowing red crystals floating around the figure. From the crystals, a scorching aura surged out and gathered towards the person on the praying mat in the middle. During this month, the situation in front of him repeated. The only thing that changed was that after the red glowing crystal dimmed, it was replaced by a new one. Apart from that, the other change was that the aura of the person on the praying mat was getting weaker and weaker. However, under this feebleness, one could vaguely sense that there was an extremely vigorous energy that was continuously accumulating and brewing. Perhaps only when it was about to erupt would its shocking side be completely revealed. Chapter 392. Amidst the silence, it was as if another half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a month, the atmosphere in Yanyan City had gradually heated up, because everyone knew that in a few days the cross-continent teleportation array would open. And in these few days, the slots for the cross-continent teleportation array would be auctioned off one after another. Crossing continents might not be the idea of everyone, but there would be many people who wanted to go to other continents. Among them, there were some young cultivators. After all, although the Nine Suns continent was also a large continent, it was ranked at the bottom of the 9 continents. The most obvious example was that none of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm, or even the top geniuses in history, came from the Nine Suns continent. People walked towards higher places. Therefore, many cultivators, especially young ones like them, naturally wanted to go to a better environment. They firmly believed that if they were allowed to enter the sea, they would definitely be able to stir up huge waves in this vast Heaven Realm. While the auction of the slots was going on, in the depths of the desert, in the underground palace, the atmosphere was still calm, to the point of being strange. Looking over, there was indeed a glimmer of light flickering in this dark space. However, the source of the glimmer was like a stone statue, without any aura fluctuations. If one suddenly took a look, they would probably think that the figure sitting cross-legged on the praying mat was already a corpse. However, if one looked carefully, they would be able to feel what kind of surging power was being nurtured under this calmness. After this situation continued for half a day, there was finally a change. From the stone statue on the praying mat, it spread out. Buzz! A powerful fluctuation was the first to rush out, immediately tearing apart the clothes of the figure. However, after removing the clothes covering his body, one could clearly see the grand power contained within the depths of his body. In the next moment, a huge spiritual energy storm suddenly surged. In an instant, even the space above the figure's head was directly torn apart by this storm. It was also because of this that an extremely unstable aura spread out. However, in contrast, the praying mat trembled slightly. Strands of mysterious aura continued to spread out, directly suppressing the instability. Next, the berserk and calm became the main theme of this place. Such a commotion was naturally not small, but fortunately, this mysterious palace was able to completely restrain these fluctuations. Otherwise, even if it was deep underground, it would be sensed by some gazes above the ground. The chaos and calm lasted for 2 full days. 2 days later, after the last bout of violence had calmed down, a sense of calmness finally spread out from his body. Following that, the aura that spread out had already surpassed level 6 elixir and stepped into level 7 elixir. But because Yen Chutian's cultivation had always been extremely steady and steady, even though he had clearly just stepped into the 7th level of the primal core realm not long ago, The aura emitted from his body at this moment was as if he had already stepped into the 7th level of the primal core realm for a long time. This situation caused Yen Chutian, who had closed his eyes for a long time, to reveal an unconcealable smile. After cultivating bitterly for almost 2 months, his efforts were not in vain. Today he had finally stepped into the 7th level of elixir. Now that he had stepped into the 7th level of elixir, although it did not mean that he could fight against Yuanying realm cultivators, he was still much more relaxed than before. Furthermore, stepping into the 7th level of elixir also caused Yen Chutian to have some thoughts. Perhaps he could temporarily put down his cultivation and once again cultivate the other techniques in the mysterious Yang scripture. With that thought, Yen Chutian did not hesitate and immediately closed his eyes again. Complicated and mysterious scriptures flashed through his mind one by one, and finally stopped in front of a technique called Mysterious Shadow. This mysterious shadow was not an offensive technique, but a movement technique. When he was in the mortal world, he did not cultivate this mysterious shadow. Firstly, it was because he did not have much time, and secondly, he did not think that it was necessary. However, now that he had returned to the heaven realm, the situation was different. He had to face more dangers, and his enemies were stronger. His indescribable ability to dodge the attacks of his enemies might also lose its effect. At this time, it was clearly the best time to cultivate the mysterious shadow, since he had already made up his mind, and it was already at this time. Yen Chutian naturally would not hesitate and immediately delved into the mysterious shadow. At first, Yen Chutian thought that since he had cultivated a profound movement technique before, it would be easier for him to comprehend the mysterious shadow. However, when he actually started to do it, he realized that this was not the case. The mysterious shadow came from the mysterious Yang scripture, and its cultivation method was extremely profound. It was not easy to comprehend it. 3 days passed by again. After 3 days, Yen Chutian finally opened his eyes again. This time, there was still a strong feeling of enlightenment on his face. Even after 3 days, he still did not completely comprehend the mysterious shadow. However, it was not that he did not have a clue. In the end, he was able to grasp the crux of the matter. That was because he had also trained in quite a few profound movement techniques. Furthermore, his ability to dodge attacks had increased his points by quite a bit. He believed that as long as he had enough time, he would definitely grasp the essence of the mysterious shadow. Phew! Then Yen Chutian exhaled gently and finally got up. Calculating the time, 2 months had already passed. The transcontinent teleportation array was about to open, so he should hurry back to Yangyan City to exchange for a slot. However, Yen Chutian did not immediately move. He raised his head and looked at the dome. It was as if he could see through the palace, the yellow sand buried deep in the ground, and the scenery outside. Yen Chutian had a feeling that perhaps at this moment there was someone watching this land from the outside world. Therefore, he could not rush out because he knew that the subordinates that Ling Feng could order around were very likely Yuanying realm cultivators. Now, it was still very dangerous for him to face a Yuanying realm cultivator. However, he was not helpless. At the very least, there might be Yuanying realm cultivators in the outside world. They would not be able to stop him from returning to Yangyan City. Therefore, Yen Chutian began his preparations. It was not difficult to see that he was preparing to set up a formation. However, what kind of formation was he going to set up to hide from the eyes of so many Yuanying realm cultivators? Half a day passed quietly as he set up the formation. After half a day, Yen Chutian's expression was solemn. He gently opened his palm. An ray of light flashed under his palm. Instantly, dark red blood flowed down his palm and dripped into the formation plate under his palm. This action seemed to have consumed a lot of his energy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, after the last drop of blood fell into the disc array, Yen Chutian didn't have much of a problem. He quickly withdrew his palm and activated it with his spiritual power. Immediately, strands of dark red blood essence gathered around the formation plate. The blood essence gathered and slowly condensed into a blurry human figure. The aura that this human figure gave off was actually the same as Yan Chutian's. If one did not use their eyes and just felt the aura, they would think that it was Yan Chutian's body. Such an outcome made Yan Chutian extremely satisfied. As he raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, he smiled in satisfaction. At least I didn't waste my essence blood. With the strength of this death substitution formation, it should be able to fool Yuanine realm cultivators. However, as he looked on, Yan Chutian suddenly frowned, studying the formation legacy left by the Great Spirit human sovereign had allowed his attainments in the formation path to improve by a lot. Hence, it seemed like this death substitution formation still had many areas that could be improved. However, time did not allow Yan Chutian to make any changes. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Yan Chutian kept the formation plate and swiftly headed out of the hall. Above the 10,000 miles of desert, a huge pressure locked onto this piece of land. At this moment, close to 2 months had passed since then. After 2 months of fruitless results, even some Yuanine realm cultivators lost their patience. After all, from start to finish, they had not seen the shadow of the level 6 elixir cultivator. This meant that they might have been wasting their time waiting. However, just as they were about to lose their patience, they suddenly sensed movement in the depths of the sand right under their noses with their sharp senses. In an instant, joy appeared on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the Yuanine practitioner who had marked the area as the source of the movement. Chapter 393. Han Xiang's face was filled with joy. He did not expect that the commotion would come from the area he had chosen. After that, he saw that the barren land was suddenly torn apart. Following that, a figure shot out explosively. Without stopping, it charged straight into the sky. "Heh, you're quite alert." Seeing this, Han Xiang coldly smiled. He was not worried about the other party escaping, because he could clearly see that the other party's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the elixir. Wanting to escape from his hands with such a cultivation was no different from a fool's dream. While coldly smiling, Han Xiang also moved. As he clenched his big hand, a majestic aura rapidly emerged. No matter how far the figure escaped, it still showed a feeling of being locked onto. As long as it was locked onto, no matter how powerful it would not be able to escape from his hands. However, no one, including Han Xiang, would have thought that the surging aura would wrap around the figure. The figure was extremely decisive and immediately erupted his blood energy. Under the desperate effort, he actually managed to break free from the aura lock. However, the price he had to pay was the exhaustion of his blood essence. It was extremely huge. No one had expected this scene. They did not expect the 6th level elixir cultivator to be so decisive. However, after that, other than Han Xiang, the other Yuanine practitioner revealed a joyful expression, because at this moment the figure had already rushed out of the area that the former had divided. Previously, because the area had already been divided, they could not make a move immediately. However, they did not hesitate now. This figure was a reward in their eyes. It was equivalent to an opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several figures chased after him. Their scrambling appearance and the commotion caused was enough to attract the attention of countless cultivators outside. They more or less knew that Ling Kong had been severely injured. At this moment, it was not difficult to understand that the elixir cultivator was the person that these Yuanine practitioners from the city, Lord's Mansion, were chasing after. At most, they could only sympathize with him. Most of them sneered. Who asked the other party to be so arrogant? He could not blame anyone for ending up like this. At the same time, under the layer of sand where no one was paying attention to, after sensing the movement above, Yan Chutian hurriedly took action and continued to travel under the ground. He had to get as far away from this area as possible before the array disk in his hand shattered. Because if the array disk shattered, it would either mean that the death substitution array had run out of energy or that it had been discovered by the other party. In the sky, several Yuanying realm auras chased each other madly, causing quite a commotion. In reality, if it really was escaping, Yan Chutian's death substitution formation figure would not be able to escape for long even if it continuously burned its essence blood. However, the Yuanying realm Xiuzha, who were chasing him, purposely let him go. Their intentions were simple. They had to be able to capture that elixir practitioner, and at the same time, they could immediately escape. Otherwise, even if they managed to capture the other party, they would still fall into the encirclement of the others. Therefore, from a certain perspective, they were the ones who facilitated Yan Chutian's escape. However, no matter how far he escaped, there would eventually be an end to it. At a certain moment, a ray of light flashed in the eyes of the Yuanying elder who was at the forefront. Then a violent force surged out of his body and sent him away. At the same time, the surrounding qi dynamic force rushed out like a pitch-black chain and trapped the escaping figure. Seeing that he had caught the other party, the Yuanying elder could not help but laugh loudly. He did not expect that this opportunity would fall into his hands. Behind him, Han Xiang's face was gloomy. This opportunity should have belonged to him. If not for that brat's sudden madness and his own carelessness, how could he have missed it? The more it was like this, the more he could not suppress the unwillingness in his heart. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly formed a palm print and slammed it towards the Yuanying elder. Humph. Han Xiang, do you think that I am afraid of you? In response to this situation, the Yuanying elder seemed to have expected this. He also slammed his palm forward. The powerful qi dynamic force surged, and even the space was unable to withstand it and began to crack inch by inch. The two people's cultivation levels were about the same. This was because this attack was evenly matched, and the result was that they were both forced to retreat. Naturally, Han Xiang was still unwilling because this meant that he would not be able to snatch back the elixir cultivator. However, just as Han Xiang was thinking about whether he should go crazy again, an extremely angry roar suddenly came from the Yuanying elder's mouth. This not only attracted Han Xiang's attention, but also caused the other Yuanying practitioner to look at him in confusion. However, in the next moment, they understood why. This was because the figure that was caught by the Yuanying elder was now only left with a robe and the remnants of blood essence aura on the robe. These Yuanying practitioners were not fools. In addition, news from the heaven realm was spread everywhere. This made them quickly think of something, and their faces turned ugly. This is a death substitution array. God damned Ant. How dare you use a death substitution array to deceive me? The Yuanying elder's face was filled with rage. He had risked his life, but the other party had still managed to escape. Furthermore, he had been fooled by the other party. How could he not be furious? He was not the only one. The other Yuanying practitioners' faces were extremely gloomy and ugly. When they thought of how a group of Yuanying practitioners like them had been deceived by a small elixir cultivator, this was an unprecedented humiliation. In the next moment, without needing anyone to remind them, they all quickly retreated back the way they came. Even though they knew that the other party was definitely escaping, what else could they do? Crack! A crisp shattering sound came from his hand. Yan Chutian did not even look at it. He knew that his death substitution array had been seen through. However, it took him so long to be seen through. This kind of delay made him extremely satisfied, because now he was already far enough away from that area. Therefore, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the sand layer. While continuously restraining his aura, he also made a lot of disguises for himself. After that, he shot towards the direction of Yangyan City. Not long after, when the few Yuanying realm cultivators returned to their original positions, there was no longer any trace of Yan Chutian's aura in this area. In other words, It could be said that they had completely lost all news of the other party. When they thought about how the other party had swaggered away, some of them could not help but fiercely bombard the ground, causing the smoke and dust to rise dozens of feet high. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Those pairs of fiery red eyes were filled with confusion. Didn't these people go to chase after the elixir cultivator? Why did they return with extremely angry expressions? In the next moment, someone couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he didn't see the rumored figure of the elixir cultivator among these people. Could it be that with so many Yuanian realm cultivators, that elixir realm fellow was still able to escape? After galloping for an hour, Yan Chutian finally saw the outline of Yangyan City. The moment he saw Yangyan City, Yan Chutian quickly adjusted his state of mind. He did not need to hide his cultivation, as he was already at the 7th level of elixir, not the 6th level of elixir from before. However, he definitely could not reveal his true appearance, because the best result would naturally be for him to silently exchange for a spot in the teleportation array and quietly leave. If he really couldn't hide, the iron and blood rules of Yangyan City would be his guarantee. No matter how strong Ling Feng was, he was only the second in command of Yangyan City. He shouldn't be able to violate the rules of Yangyan City. After adjusting his state of mind, Yan Chutian slowly walked towards Yangyan City. His body was surrounded by a faint scorching aura, but this was not unexpected at all. On the contrary, many of the surrounding cultivators were extremely compatible with it. Most of the people who came to Yangyan City at the border were here for the opportunities around the Nine-Yang Abyss. Therefore, every day, there would be a large number of cultivators entering and leaving Yangyan City. Every single one of them would emit the unique scorching aura of the Nine-Yang Abyss. Yan Chutian's appearance was not sudden, but even so, he could still see that there were some images of him being projected at the city gates of Yangyan City. As for the guards, they were constantly scanning the crowd, searching for someone who matched the image. This situation caused Yan Chutian's heart to tighten slightly. This was because he didn't know if his disguise would be recognized by the guards. Chapter 394. Ta-ta! Following the chaotic crowd, Yan Chutian slowly walked closer. At the same time, his heart became more and more tense. If he was discovered at this moment, it would be extremely difficult for him. This was because there was more than one Yuanian realm cultivator among the guards guarding the city gate. Even if Yan Chutian's strength had increased, he did not dare to say that he could overturn the seas and rivers under the combined forces of so many Yuanian realm cultivators. In the end, the elixir realm was only the elixir realm. No matter how strong one was in this realm, it was difficult for them to compare to the Yuanian realm. However, when Yan Chutian really walked closer, he was slightly relieved to see that the Yuanian realm guards did not pay attention to the commotion here. With their Yuanian realm cultivation, they naturally had an extremely high status among the guards. Therefore, the others did not dare to say anything about their actions. They could only silently ignore them and carry out their duties. This allowed Yan Chutian to relax a lot. Then he swaggered into the crowd and stepped through the city gate together. A moment later, when she finally entered Yangyan City safe and sound, Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief. With such a relaxed inspection at the city gate, they probably would never have thought that he who was wanted would dare to return to Yangyan City instead of running as far away as possible. However, it didn't matter. Once he exchanged for a spot and boarded the teleportation array, he would truly be far away from Yangyan City and the Nine-Yang continent. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian swept his gaze across the bustling scene around him. He immediately locked onto a direction and sped up. Not long after, a luxurious hall appeared in Yan Chutian's line of sight. On top of the hall, the words Yang Yan Hall were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Since it dared to start with the words Yang Yan, it was obvious that this Yang Yan Hall was related to the city lord's mansion. This was indeed the case. This was the place under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion, where missions were issued. The Yang Yen Hall would post anything on the stone talisman, and anyone could receive it at any time. However, they could only exchange it for rewards at the Yang Yen Hall. The guards of the Yang Yen mansion were not very strong, because not only was this place within Yang Yen City, but it was also extremely close to the city lord's mansion. Even if many Xiuzha had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to cause trouble here. Seeing the Yang Yen mansion, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He raised his hand and took out a chinquin pouch. Inside the pouch were 20 pieces of fire crystals that he had prepared beforehand. A short moment later, Yan Chutian stepped into the Yang Yen mansion. There was a variety of people coming and going in the Yang Yen mansion, and every one of them was wrapped in a dense, baleful aura. That was understandable. After all, the missions that were issued were not simple at all. Thus, how could the people that came to submit the missions be weak? Therefore, to be honest, perhaps Yan Chutian's appearance was the weakest. This was not only because his cultivation was only at the 7th layer of elixir, but also because his aura was extremely calm, without any violent, baleful aura. However, many people understood that one could not judge a book by its cover. Thus, even if Yan Chutian's performance was ordinary, no one looked down on him. Moreover, no matter what, the other party had completed the mission. So how could he be simple? Submit the mission. Yan Chutian did not care about the gazes of others. He walked to the counter and placed the chinquin pouch on it. The one who received him was a young and beautiful female cultivator. Her cultivation was not weak, having reached the 6th layer of elixir. She glanced at Yan Chutian, then slowly opened the chinquin pouch. Originally, she wanted to ask Yan Chutian what he was going to submit, but the moment she saw the fire crystals, she understood that the other party was actually going to submit the mission of fire crystals. A total of 20 fire crystals appeared in front of her, causing her to be extremely shocked. This was because she knew very well how difficult it was to search for fire crystals nowadays. For countless years, the fire crystals in the periphery of the Nanyang Abyss had been completely excavated. Even if one was lucky enough to find some, 1 or 2 pieces was the limit. If one wanted to find more fire crystals, one had to go deeper and get closer to the Nanyang Abyss. However, the closer one was to the Nanyang Abyss, the more intense the heat would be. There could also be sudden fatal dangers. It was not an exaggeration to say that even Yuaniing cultivators could die in there. Therefore, how could a cultivator who looked like he was only at the 7th layer of elixir not be shocked when he managed to gather 20 fire crystals? However, this female cultivator had been through a lot. She quickly regained her senses and handed over the mission to Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian waited quietly. However, what he did not expect was that after the female cultivator put away the fire crystals in his chinquin bag, a middle-aged Yuaniing cultivator appeared behind the counter. The middle-aged man's appearance made Yan Chutian's nerves tense. This was because he could clearly feel that this middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely high. Although he was only at the Yuaniing realm, he was already at the peak of the Yuaniing realm. He was not far from forming his Tianfu Palace. Such a middle-aged man at the peak of the Yuaniing realm was coming straight for him. Could it be that he had already discovered his identity? However, what made Yan Chutian feel relieved was that this middle-aged man did not have any cold intent. Furthermore, he was holding a piece of fire crystal in his hand. It was one of the highest quality fire crystals among the 20 that he had handed over earlier. Even without the other party saying anything, Yan Chutian could roughly guess the other party's intentions. The other party should be here for these high-quality fiery crystals. Previously, he had enjoyed the effects of these high-quality fire crystals in the hall. After almost 2 months, he had only used up 10 pieces. If they were ordinary crystals, he would have to use several times more. As expected, when the middle-aged man walked to the counter in front of Yan Chutian, he immediately said without hesitation, "Where did you get these fire crystals?" The overbearing tone made Yan Chutian extremely unhappy. However, Yen Chutian could not reveal his emotions. Instead, he answered cautiously, "Reporting to Senior, this is something that this junior obtained by accident." Sensing the other party's fear, he also understood that his tone was a little too harsh. Therefore, he deliberately lowered his voice and asked again, "These fire crystals are extremely important to me. If you can bring me more or tell me where they are produced, I am willing to exchange them with you at an extremely high price." However, what the middle-aged man did not expect was that Yen Chutian still shook his head when he heard this. This junior unintentionally dug up these fire crystals near the forbidden area. There are no more. Everyone knows where they are produced. Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not say anything. Instead, he stared at Yen Chutian. Then, his tone gradually became sharp. "Such high-quality fire crystals can only be found in the deeper regions. Could it be that you did not obtain them from there?" "Senior, this junior is speaking the truth." Yen Chutian's voice trembled again. Looking at the other party's extremely fearful appearance, the middle-aged man sighed. It seemed that he had indeed thought too much. The other party should have obtained these high-quality fire crystals by luck. That's right. How could a cultivator who is only at the 7th level of elixir enter the depths of the 9-yang pool? Even he had to be cautious when entering that place. Otherwise, even if there were high-quality fire crystals, they would have been plundered by him long ago. Therefore, after that, the middle-aged man retreated to the back, leaving only Yen Chutian and the female cultivator who did not dare to speak previously. Seeing that the middle-aged man had left, the female cultivator also heaved a sigh of relief. Then she handed a stone tablet to Yen Chutian and said slowly, "This is the stone tablet for the transcontinent teleportation formation. Gather in front of the city Lord Mansion in 2 days. The city lord will personally activate the transcontinent teleportation formation." "Okay." Yen Chutian nodded slightly. It was not easy to activate the transcontinent teleportation formation. The city lord would definitely appear. However, at that time, the city lord Ling Feng would also appear. He did not know if his concealment would still be able to fool everyone. The worst-case scenario was naturally to expose his identity and rely on the iron and blood laws of Yangyan City to protect himself. However, Yen Chutian deeply understood that he could not really entrust his life to these laws. Therefore, in these 2 days, he had to make sufficient preparations and prepare himself for the possibility of death. After receiving the stone tablet, Yen Chutian turned around and walked towards the outside of the Yangyan mansion. The bright and dazzling light source in the mansion dragged his figure extremely long. There seemed to be a faint, fragmentary feeling. It was as if he had a premonition that the experience in 2 days would not be peaceful. Chapter 395. Yangyan City, in a certain inn. In an empty room, a thin figure was sitting cross-legged in the air. The praying mat beneath him was constantly emitting a mysterious aura that covered his body. As the mysterious aura surged, there would always be some that would dissipate. However, when it came into contact with the walls of the room, there seemed to be an invisible force that would drive it back, not allowing it to dissipate in the slightest. The figure silently sat cross-legged for half a day before slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. And this figure that had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? Phew! Lightly exhaling, his body that had been sitting upright the entire time stretched. However, Yen Chutian's face did not have the slightest trace of relaxation, because he knew that he could not relax. 2 days later, when the cross-continent teleportation array was activated, it would be extremely dangerous for him. Even the city lord of Yangyan City would appear and personally preside over such an occasion. Naturally, the second-in-command, the city lord of Yangyan City, Ling Feng, would also be present. Facing a genuine heavenly palace realm cultivator, Yen Chutian truly had no ability to resist. After all, there was still a large realm between him and the heavenly palace realm, such as the Yuanin realm. As long as the slightest pressure from the heavenly palace realm came, it would be able to directly press him into a pool of blood. Fortunately, it was not the situation that he had to face head-on. He still had something to hide and the iron and blood laws of Yangyan City to protect him. However, even so, Yan Chutian still could not be at ease. Therefore, he had to do his best to make more backup plans for himself in these 2 days. Even if such a backup plan would not have much effect against a Heavenly Palace realm cultivator, he still had to do it. With that thought, Yan Chutian closed his eyes and recalled the death substitution array that he had previously used. First of all, this death substitution array was one of the backup plans that he had to prepare. However, compared to before, he had to make up for the flaws that he had discovered previously. Otherwise, even if he used the death substitution array, it would only be child's play in front of the Heavenly Palace realm Ling Feng. Apart from that, there were still some other trump cards that might be of use in short, while others were excitedly anticipating the opening of the transcontinent teleportation array. Yan Chutian was destined to be extremely busy. Even on the night before the teleportation array was to be activated, Yan Chutian's room was still flickering with flickering halos. An inexplicably powerful fluctuation spread out. If it was not for the fact that there was a formation sealing this room, it would have definitely attracted the attention of many people. It was only halfway through the night that this fluctuation finally gradually calmed down. At the same time, Yan Chutian's palm moved slightly, and the flickering halo converged into the fist-sized bead in his palm. Looking at the bead, Yan Chutian heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he was able to set up this method before dawn. Although this method was not very powerful, it might be able to save him at a critical moment. After finishing his preparations, Yan Chutian stood up and glanced at the outside world. Through the window, he could clearly see that there were only 4 hours left before daybreak. In other words, he would appear in front of Ling Feng in 4 hours. If he was not discovered at that time, it would naturally be the best situation. However, if he was discovered and the situation was out of his control, he could only rely on his own abilities and methods to escape from the dragon's den and tiger's den. The light of dawn gradually illuminated the land. When the sky truly brightened, many of the auras in Yangyan City began to move quickly. The target of these auras was, without exception, the center of the entire Yangyan City, the huge plaza in front of the Grand City, Lord's Mansion. Although this was a plaza, it had been sealed and protected by the forces of the city Lord's Mansion all year round, preventing anyone from approaching. This was because this plaza was also where the transcontinent teleportation array was located. Looking from afar, one could see that in the center of the vast plaza, there were many stone pillars with coiling dragons that stood quietly. At the top of these stone pillars, within the open dragon heads, there were waves of mysterious auras that continuously filled the air. As they connected with each other, they formed a vast array. The center of this array formation was the center of the stone pillars, the calm stone platform that was dozens of feet wide. When Yan Chutian also appeared in front of the city lord's mansion, with just a glance, he was able to confirm the existence of the transcontinent teleportation array. However, even so, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the transcontinent teleportation array had not been activated, so even if he stepped into it, it would be useless. And if he wanted to activate this array with just his strength, it was no different from a fool's dream. Therefore, Yan Chutian could only follow the crowd. After showing the stone talisman, he entered the side of the huge plaza and quietly waited. One after another, figures continued to enter this place. There were old or middle-aged people, but there were also high-spirited and youthful young geniuses. For example, at this moment, Yan Chutian saw the beautiful figure of a woman with an arrogant expression. This woman's cultivation was not weak. Although she was only at the 9th level of elixir, her spiritual inscriptions had already turned into 5 sides. She had not broken through to the Yuanying state yet, probably because she was not satisfied with the 5 sides. After all, the 5 sides were the basic strength that all cultivators who had stepped into the Yuanying state possessed. Anyone who had confidence in themselves would naturally want to break through to the six-sided or seven-sided spiritual inscriptions. Yan Chutian's gaze did not linger on the woman for long. This was because he quickly noticed that in an inconspicuous corner, he actually felt a wisp of familiar aura. To be more precise, this aura was too familiar. This was because this was the unique aura of the people from the domain of the gods. This meant that there was someone from the domain of the gods in this plaza. In an instant, Yan Chutian's already tense nerves became even more solemn. He did not expect to meet someone from the domain of the gods at this time. Therefore, in the next moment, he quietly spread his gaze in all directions, searching for the owner of this aura. This person clearly did not deliberately hide this aura. After all, only the people from the domain of the gods knew what this aura meant. Why would he hide it from his own people? Therefore, Yan Chutian quickly locked his gaze on an inconspicuous young man in the corner of the plaza. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. His entire body was pale and emitted a faint chill. However, Yan Chutian had already confirmed his identity. This was a disciple from the domain of the gods. Moreover, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that this disciple's cultivation had already reached the level of a half-step Yuanying state. It was only a matter of time before he truly stepped into the Yuanying state. Such a person was like a timed storm that had suddenly appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Lord Mayor! Greetings, Lord Mayor!" Just as Yan Chutian was solemn, a series of respectful greetings suddenly rang out from the distance. Looking towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged man in a loose purple robe with a cold expression was walking over from the distance. With just a glance, Yan Chutian hurriedly withdrew his gaze. After all, how could he not know Ling Feng's appearance? This middle-aged man was none other than the governor of the Blazing Sun City, Ling Kong's father, Ling Feng. Ling Feng walked over without saying a single word. However, no one dared to show any anger because not only did he have a high status, but he was also the second in command of the Blazing Sun City. More importantly, his cultivation was truly at the Heavenly Palace realm. It was no exaggeration to say that if he were to release his true Heavenly Palace realm aura, no one would be able to withstand it. As for the strong, they would always be able to obtain respect and reverence. This was the true law that would never change no matter how many rules there were. Furthermore, almost everyone knew the reason for Ling Feng's current situation. His precious son was heavily injured, and even his foundation was damaged. However, he still couldn't capture the culprit. Regardless of whether it was his love for his son or his face, it was unbearable. In fact, that was indeed the case. Ling Feng was still frustrated that the culprit who dared to injure his son was still able to get away scot-free. If it wasn't for the importance of the transcontinent teleportation array that even the city lord had to preside over, he definitely wouldn't have come. Ling Feng's appearance also attracted the attention of the disciple from the domain of the gods. In his lowered eyes, there was a flash of mockery that few people knew about. In the future, this vast heavenly realm would become the territory of the domain of the gods. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was just an ant in his eyes. Chapter 396. Ling Feng's appearance caused quite a commotion, but this commotion was still insignificant compared to the commotion caused by the city lord of Yanyan City. After all, the city lord of Yanyan City was the true top figure in Yanyan City. Even Ling Feng didn't dare to refute his words. However, the city lord of Yanyan City wasn't someone that many people had never seen before. When he appeared, he was clearly a young man with a head full of black hair and bright eyes. However, the ancient aura that spread out from his body revealed his true identity. This was because a young man wouldn't have such an ancient aura. This was the city lord of Yanyan City, Wang Tuesday. Greetings, city lord. Greetings, city lord. The moment the city lord of Yanyan City appeared, many people cried out in respect. Among them was the city lord of Yanyan City, who had an extraordinary aura and ignored everything. After the city lord of Yangyan City gave a slight signal, everyone straightened their bodies. Then, even their scattered gazes gathered on Wang Tuesday. With enough strength, one would automatically become the focus of the crowd, not to mention Wang Tu's identity, which was at the top of the entire Yangyan City. Yan Chutian glanced at the other party. He had never seen the city lord of Yangyan City before, but that didn't stop him from sensing the other party's powerful aura. The level of his aura had probably reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace stage. A city lord with a cultivation at the peak of the Heavenly Palace stage was enough to attract attention. After all, starting from the Heavenly Palace stage, one could be considered an expert. At the same time, Yan Chutian could also sense that with the appearance of the city lord of Yangyan City, the disciple of the God realm had already silently restrained his aura. This was an attitude he didn't have when facing the city lord of Yangyan City, Lingfeng. It was obvious that the city lord of Yangyan City had reached a level that he feared. Everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Tu, and his gaze also swept across the crowd. However, his gaze didn't linger on the crowd for too long. Soon he looked at the center of the huge square, at the coiling dragon pillars, and at the stone platform in the center of the pillars. His mission today was to activate this transcontinent teleportation array. Therefore, his dignified words slowly rang out. All those with stone talismans, step onto the teleportation platform. Hearing this, no one hesitated and walked to the center of the square. Step by step, they climbed to the center of the many coiled dragon pillars, which was the teleportation platform. Yan Chutian was still mixed in with the crowd, heading towards the stone platform. However, during this process, his heart became even more tense. The reason for that was because when he walked past, he would have to pass by Lingfeng. If the other party suddenly attacked him at this time, it would be impossible to guard against. Not to mention, the other party's cultivation was far superior to his. Therefore, in an instant, not only did the spirit energy in his body surge, but even the pair of hands under the wide robe had already held an item. This was the backup plan that he had prepared in the past 2 days. If the situation that he was worried about really happened, he could only use this backup plan to save his life. It was unknown if he had been discovered by the other party, but as he walked past, Yan Chutian was shocked to discover that Ling Feng's gaze was actually directed towards him. In an instant, Yan Chutian's heart was completely tense. Could it be that he was still recognized at the last moment? However, the situation that Yan Chutian was most worried about did not happen. In his perception, the other party's gaze did indeed sweep past him, but then moved away and looked at other figures. This made Yan Chutian secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not notice him, and the gaze just now should be an unintentional action. Therefore, Yan Chutian hurriedly dispersed his own preparations and followed the crowd to the teleportation platform. He stood in an inconspicuous corner. Immediately after, under the command of Wang Tu, several Heavenly Palace stage cultivators, including Ling Feng, acted together and poured their own Heavenly Palace power into the coiled dragon pillars. The Heavenly Palace power activated the coiled dragon pillars one after another. At the top of the pillars, the dragon heads emitted a halo of light. Following that, the existing connection between the pillars became even more dazzling. All the rays of light and ripples were constantly converging towards the teleportation stone platform where Yan Chutian was. An indescribable majestic force was constantly circulating, gradually opening up a spatial vortex high up in the sky above the stone platform. An intense spatial tearing intent rapidly spread out. The further the teleportation distance, the stronger the spatial tearing intent. Now, the spatial tearing force of a transcontinent teleportation array was probably enough to turn a yuanying stage cultivator into dust. However, after this ancient array was activated, a gentle force was emitted and wrapped around everyone's body. No matter how intense the spatial tearing was, it was unable to damage this gentle force in the slightest. One had to admit that this transcontinent teleportation array was indeed magical. At the same time, looking at the spatial vortex above his head that was becoming more and more obvious, Yan Chuqian's face gradually revealed a hint of joy. Finally, he had stepped onto the transcontinent teleportation array and would be teleported to the divine continent in a moment. As long as he found the transcontinent teleportation array and stepped onto it, he would be able to return to the place he really wanted to return to, the Tsangyuan continent. The Tsangyuan continent was where the Tsangshan Palace, one of the 6 palaces, was located. However, at this moment, the originally calm Ling Feng's heart became more and more inexplicable. He had a feeling that among the many figures on the teleportation platform in front of him, one of them seemed to be related to him. However, he had clearly never seen these people before, so how could they be related? While he was puzzled, Ling Feng suddenly thought of something. Then he raised his head and his eyes were filled with shock. This was because he suddenly realized that perhaps one of them was not completely unrelated to him. This was because the ant that had injured his son not long ago might be hiding among them. How could Ling Feng remain calm when he thought of this possibility? After stepping into the Heavenly Palace stage for many years, he was increasingly certain that his feelings were not groundless. There were many things that were inexplicably connected. However, how could he have imagined that the ant would be so audacious? Not only did he not try to escape from Yangyan City, but he had even entered this place and was even operating under his nose. What annoyed him was that it would have been fine if he had discovered the ant's actions, but he had really managed to deceive everyone. Damn it! At this moment, Ling Feng really wanted to rush into the crowd and grab the ant. However, he could not do so. With Wang Tu present, he did not dare to do so. He knew Wang Tu's character well and knew that he could not tolerate his son's domineering behavior. If he did not disturb him, he would turn a blind eye. However, if he spoke now, the transcontinent teleportation array would be activated, and Wang Tu would not give him any face at all. However, if he did not speak, wouldn't he have to watch the ant escape? Ling Feng's heart was filled with struggle. He loved his son dearly, but at the same time, he knew what he could do and what he could not do. Wang Tu naturally sensed Ling Feng's hesitation and looked over with a dignified gaze. He did not need to say anything to know what Ling Feng wanted to ask. Seeing this, Ling Feng hurriedly restrained his attitude. Only his face remained calm. Only he himself knew how much anger he had in his heart. At this moment, Yan Chutian did not know his identity and had already been recognized. At this moment, the turbulent spatial energy on the teleportation platform had already isolated the inside from the outside world. The spatial energy grew denser and denser, and when it finally reached a certain level, an enormous tearing intent swept out. A dazzling brilliance covered the entire stone platform, and not a single person could be seen. After a short few breaths, all the commotion returned to silence. The group on the stone platform had also disappeared, as if everything that had happened earlier was an illusion. However, the several Heavenly Palace stage cultivators who were slowly withdrawing their Heavenly Palace power proved that the previous scene was not an illusion. Since the transcontinent teleportation array had been activated, everyone quickly retreated. However, when everyone retreated, only one figure did not move. That originally handsome middle-aged face was filled with dense anger. But now that things had come to this, what could he do? Could it be that he could immediately catch up to the cross-continent teleportation array and kill the escaping primal core ant? Chapter 397. The spatial energy wantonly distorted and fluctuated. If not for the layer of gentle energy that covered everyone's bodies, they would have been torn into a bloody pulp by the surging energy. The teleportation array was extremely far away and spanned across the entire Nanyang abyss. Therefore, it naturally took a lot of time. The teleportation process lasted for half a day before everyone was finally able to see the colorful and familiar world from the torn space. Looking out, they were also in the center of a square in a city. Although they were both cities, This one was much more simple and crude than Yangyan City. However, this was easy to understand. After all, Yangyan City was in the Nine-Yang continent. In the Nine-Yang abyss, Yangyan Manor was one of the top forces. Naturally, they dared to be overbearing and arrogant. However, in this vast divine continent, everyone knew that the number one overlord was the divine realm. Therefore, under the eyes of the divine realm, the other forces did not dare to be arrogant. Of course, they would silently restrain themselves. Otherwise, if they angered the overlord of this world, the consequences would be obvious. It was also because of the divine realm that Yan Chutian remained cautious. After all, he knew the divine realm very well. He knew the divine realm's monstrous conspiracy. He also knew that the most dangerous place in the entire heaven realm was the divine continent where the divine realm was located. Even after reincarnating, he had nothing in common with the previous him. However, Yan Chutian could not guarantee that he would not be recognized, especially the three masters of the divine realm who were strong enough to stand at the top of the heaven realm. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not stop. After stepping out of the array, he quickly headed out of the city. Yan Chutian's best idea was to travel in the wilderness and avoid all the eyes and ears of the divine realm. However, in his hurry, even the usually cautious Yan Chutian did not notice that when he hurriedly left, the disciple of the divine realm suddenly looked over. A hint of cruelty gathered in his eyes and quickly intensified. Even if he ignored it, after leaving the city filled with complex auras and entering the wilderness, Yan Chutian was able to keenly sense that there was a cold and gloomy aura following closely behind him. Opening his spirit eye, Yan Chutian quickly locked onto the identity of this aura. It was actually the realm of the god's disciple he had discovered earlier. But why? Why would he follow her for no reason at all? Yan Chutian found it hard to calm down. He had always been worried that his identity would be discovered by those from the realm of the gods, and now that there was a disciple from the realm of the gods following him, how could he remain calm? After being anxious for a long time, Yan Chutian was finally jolted awake when he sensed a familiar aura surging from his chest. That's right, why should he worry now? No matter why that realm of the god's disciple was following him, it was only one person, so what was there to worry about? Just now he had been too worried. If it wasn't for the aura emitted by the jade ring that Chiyoyu had transformed into, waking him up, he really didn't know how long he would have to remain ignorant. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian couldn't help but lightly touch the jade ring on his chest. He knew that the current Chiyoyu shouldn't have any consciousness. Emitting this kind of aura was an almost instinctive feeling that something was wrong with him. But from this, it could be seen how much she cared for him. After a warm expression appeared on his face, traces of coldness appeared on Yan Chutian's face. Previously, he was worried that the situation wasn't right, so he prepared many backup plans. He didn't expect that he wouldn't do anything in front of Ling Feng, but it just so happened that he could use them here. But even if he had backup plans, Yan Chutian wouldn't relax in the slightest. After all, he was clear that the realm of the god's disciples' cultivation had most likely reached the half-step Yuanying realm. Half-step Yuanying, even if it wasn't a true Yuanying, was still related to Yuanying. And as long as he had a connection, even if Yan Chutian was invincible in the elixir realm, he wouldn't dare to say that he could do anything to a half-step Yuanying. But, fortunately, it was only a half-step Yuanying. Otherwise, if it was a true Yuanying, even if he had backup plans, Yan Chutian wouldn't be willing to fight with it, because the difference between the elixir realm and the Yuanying realm was too big. The pale figure was like a ghost as he quietly traversed the mountains. The deeper he went into the mountains, the colder the eyes of the pale figure became, until a certain moment he finally couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. Along with the surging killing intent, the dense spiritual energy that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly turned into countless spiritual snakes and swept out. The surging spiritual snakes intertwined in the air and finally condensed into a war spear that flickered with a dense white light. Then it shot straight towards Yan Chutian's back. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the white war spear had already bombarded Yan Chutian's back. Then it blasted him into the mountain rocks in front of him, causing a huge explosion and stirring up smoke and dust in the air. Smoke and dust danced in the air, and a cold smile appeared on the pale figure's face. Just as expected, this level 7 elixir realm cultivator was just a piece of trash. Caught off guard, he was killed by him. But this was also good. He effortlessly obtained another piece of flesh. As long as he refined and absorbed it, it should be enough for him to step into the Yuaning realm. The reason why the disciple from the God realm chose to attack Yan Chutian was very simple. It was to devour the power of his flesh and blood to stabilize his own state. As for why he chose him out of so many people, it was indeed a coincidence. At most, it could only be said that Yan Chutian's cultivation was within the scope of his consideration. Since he had already killed Yan Chutian, the disciple from the God realm did not hesitate anymore. He rushed in the direction of the smoke and dust. A moment later, when the smoke and dust dispersed, he saw a figure lying on the ground in the huge pit. This made him laugh coldly again. However, just as he was about to devour the flesh and blood, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly attacked him from behind. Even if he sensed it, how could he react in time? Therefore, in the next moment, he was hit by a punch. His lungs were violently shaken, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell dozens of feet away, rubbing 2 deep marks on the ground. Who exactly was this? Why did he sneak attack him at such a critical moment? The disciple from the God realm was full of doubts. When he raised his head with difficulty and locked his eyes on the other party, a deep shock suddenly appeared on his face, because the face of this figure was none other than Yan Chutian, who should have been ambushed by him and died a miserable death. But now he actually appeared in front of him alive. In an instant, the disciple from the God realm hurriedly looked at the deep pit. This time, when he looked again, there was no corpse in the deep pit. There was clearly only a broken robe and some residual blood essence. Death substitution array, he exclaimed. He was considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, so he recognized the reason for this. Therefore, his expression became extremely ugly. How could he have imagined that the attack he thought was a sure kill attack was actually bombarded on the other party's death substitution array? Damn it, you're actually proficient in the array Dao. The disciple from the God realm clenched his teeth and shouted coldly. His body gradually climbed up from the broken ground. However, the power of Yan Chutian's sneak attack was not small. Therefore, even now he was still clutching his chest, and a trace of dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the disciple from the God realm was extremely decisive. He immediately consumed a pill and repeatedly tapped his chest to temporarily seal the injuries in his body. He knew that the other party would definitely not let him leave just like that after such careful preparation. Plus, even if he was wounded and humiliated, he must use the other party's blood to wash away the humiliation. The claws and teeth of the God realm are indeed not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yan Chutian coldly snickered. Towards people from the God realm, he has never liked them. After all, the God realm scheme overturned the entire heaven realm and used the flesh of living beings to revive ancient corpses. Such evil actions were unforgivable. After hearing Yan Chutian reveal his identity, the disciple from the God realm was once again shocked. He had no idea how the other party knew of his identity, but very quickly his expression turned cold again, because no matter how the other party knew of his identity, he must kill him today. Therefore, he didn't need to worry too much. Ha ha ha! Since you know that I am from the God realm, then you should know who the real overlord of this land is. As for you, you have offended the overlord. Today is the day you die. Add bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 398. The disciple from the domain of the gods shouted domineeringly, his tone full of arrogance. Not to mention that the divine continent was the territory of the domain of the gods. His own cultivation was enough to completely crush the other party. If not for his carelessness, he would not have been injured by a mere 7th level elixir. The moment he shouted, he no longer hesitated. With a raise of his hand, violent spiritual energy surged and swept towards Yan Chutian. With such an enormous flow of Ling power, even a primal core 9th level Xiuzha would find it difficult to resist. This was the terrifying power of a half-step Yuaning. Although entering the half-step Yuaning meant giving up the opportunity to condense the 6th or even 7th level, it was still a power that was close to the Yuaning realm. When the spiritual energy flood came, the disciple from the domain of the gods laughed coldly. Then he stepped on the ground and used the momentum to form a fist, charging towards Yan Chutian again. So what if he was injured by the sneak attack? Now he was still able to effortlessly kill that ant. As the pressure came, Yan Chutian's face turned solemn. Indeed, he did not let him down. Even if he was injured, the power of a half-step Yuaning cultivator was much stronger than a 9th level elixir cultivator with a 5th level elixir. At this moment, the torrent of spiritual energy that was rushing towards him made him feel a huge pressure. However, pressure was pressure. If he thought that he could kill him like this, he was underestimating Yan Chutian, mystic young body. With a low shout in his heart, the originally hidden mystic young body of the 3rd grade suddenly burst out. Even if it was just the eruption of his physical body, there was still an enormous surge of energy that flew out. It actually pushed back the spiritual energy torrent that was crushing towards him by several feet. Taking advantage of this gap, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? He immediately summoned the mystic yang qi and continuously gathered it on his right palm. In the next moment, the two palm forces collided in midair. The shock wave from the collision sent sand and stones flying, covering an area of nearly 1,000 feet. Ta-ta! As the two palms collided, Yan Chutian was pushed back several feet. It seemed that he was no match for his opponent. But even so, that God Realm disciple's complexion wasn't good. There was even shock on his face. Originally, he had thought that the other party wouldn't even be able to break free from his spirit energy torrent and would be killed by his palm strike. But now, the situation had turned out like this. His opponent was actually only at a slight disadvantage. In such a situation, how could he have a good expression? But in the end, he had the upper hand. Thus, when he looked up, the Divine Realm Juniors still had proud expressions on their faces. However, he did not expect that before he could even open his mouth, a violent energy would suddenly erupt from his body. Caught off guard, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood as his body staggered backwards. "You this!" As the Divine Realm Juniors vomited blood, their hearts were filled with disbelief. Just what was going on? How could they be like this? Just as he was in disbelief, Yan Chutian's cold laughter slowly sounded from afar. "Huh, deity domain's lackey, are you satisfied with my mystic young palm? You're courting death." With great difficulty, the realm of the gods' disciple stabilized his body. His face was filled with a ferocious and cruel expression. How could he not understand that the sudden eruption of the hidden energy in his body was caused by the other party's previous palm strike? And he actually didn't notice it at all and was forcefully injured again. But he had never seen such a palm strike before. How could there be such a domineering and strange spirit technique? The God Realm Junior's heart was filled with confusion. At the same time, the murderous intent in his heart became more and more intense. An ant continuously played with the wind in front of him. How could he not be furious? Black flame armor. Gritting his teeth, the God Realm Juniors was extremely decisive. Immediately, a faintly discernible black armor condensed outside of his body. With the spiritual eye, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that this black armor was not illusory. It was a genuine spirit weapon. This immediately made Yan Chutian's heart even more dignified. Indeed, This God Realm Junior's was not simple. Such a black armor spirit weapon was probably at the 9th level of the spirit grade, or even the quasi-demon grade. But no matter how strong his defensive means were, Yen Chutian could not stop here, because in an instant he once again activated the power of his body. As the mystic yang qi surged, it had already attached itself to his right palm and violently blasted out. Mystic yang energy. Boom! Facing such a blow, the God Realm Juniors also wanted to test the defensive ability of his black flame armor. Therefore, they did not block and allowed Yen Chutian's palm strike to hit the black flame armor. When the palm struck, Yen Chutian only felt that his mystic yang energy was like an ordinary blow into a quagmire. In an instant, it escaped from his control and disappeared without a trace. This situation naturally caused his expression to change slightly. While he quickly retreated, he had already fixed his eyes on the black flame armor. The black flame armor continuously rotated. There were wisps of black flames burning all over it. After a while, it actually channeled a hidden energy into the ground below. Boom! In an instant, the ground below the God Realm Juniors exploded and debris flew everywhere. On the other hand, the God Realm Juniors were safe and sound. They were not affected in the slightest. This scene immediately caused the God Realm Juniors to laugh out loud. Haha, under my black flame armor, no matter how much power you have, you can't hurt me at all. Hearing this, Yen Chutian could not help but sneer again. His mocking tone, which was full of sarcasm, slowly rang out. You dog from the God Realm, how dare you say that? The God Realm Junior's expression changed slightly. Staring at Yen Chutian's face, his expression suddenly became extremely cold, because from the other party's tone, he felt that Yen Chutian seemed to know something. However, he quickly sneered. In his opinion, the other party did not know anything. He was just speaking nonsense. After all, only the people from the God Realm knew about this matter. The others, whether they were traitors or enemies, had been obliterated long ago. Even the first disciple of the Firmament God Palace was no exception. So, how could the other party know? Even though I know that you're just pretending to be a ghost, I still hate that face of yours. So go and die, the God Realm Juniors said coldly. At this moment, not only did the black flame armor around his body slowly rotate, but there was also a fatal and dangerous power that constantly spread from his body. This dangerous power was very similar to the power of aura. However, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the power of aura. This was because it could not easily tear apart space and kill the heavens and earth. However, even so, this half of the power of aura was enough to make countless elixir practitioners extremely terrified. This was because they probably could not think of any way to defend against this power. It was obvious that this God Realm Juniors wanted to use this attack to completely obliterate Yen Chutian. The surging attack came crashing down forcefully. Although Yen Chutian mocked this God Realm Juniors, he would not underestimate this attack. After all, with his perception and experience, how could he not know the power that a half-step Yuanian could unleash? If it was under normal circumstances, his current situation would indeed be extremely troublesome. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the elixir. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Moreover, the power of the 5 directions that he could use was not much weaker than his opponent's. On the armor that was constantly being burned by the black flame, a sword shadow suddenly appeared. The aura of this sword shadow was too strong. It was like the power of aura that constantly emitted a dangerous aura. When this sword slashed down, even the heavens and earth would be cut apart. Yen Chutian, who was facing such a ferocious sword, was like an ant. It was as if he had no power to resist at all. However, just as this ferocious sword slashed down, Yen Chutian, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly waved his right hand. A fist-sized pearl shot out. However, this pearl did not have any aura. This God Realm Juniors did not care about it at all. They only cared about controlling the sword to slash down. His thoughts were simple. No matter what kind of tricks his opponent had under his half of aura, it was just a stubborn resistance like an ant. When this sword slashed down, the opponent and his crude tricks would naturally disappear like an illusion. In merely an instant, the bead was torn apart. However, at the instant it was torn apart, a dazzling pale white light burst forth in an instant. Within this eruption, there was a power that caused one to involuntarily tremble as it rumbled and rumbled. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 399. If it wasn't for the fact that the burly man didn't hide his aura, he would have thought that the burly man was so strong. Otherwise, he would have suspected that this level 7 elixir cultivator didn't know the difference between them. You are the first level 7 elixir cultivator who dares to talk to me like this, the burly man said coldly. His aura was like a giant mountain as it pressed down on Yen Chutan. He wanted to see exactly how much strength this mere 7th level primal core cultivator, who dared to spout such arrogant words, actually had, and how long he could last under his pressure. You are also the first. Hearing this, Yen Chutian still replied with a faint smile. However, compared to his reaction, it was obvious that he didn't move under the pressure. This caught the burly man's attention. The burly man was well aware of the pressure from his own cultivation. Even a primordial core level 9 cultivator would find it difficult to remain calm under his pressure. However, this level 7 elixir cultivator didn't seem to be affected at all. How was this possible? Since his aura didn't work, the burly man became angry. How could a level 7 elixir cultivator show off in front of him? Therefore, in a flash, he had already punched out with a huge amount of spiritual energy. In the fist, there was even a vast amount of physical strength hidden. Even if it was a level 9 elixir cultivator, he was confident that he could defeat him with one punch. However, the burly man didn't expect that Yen Chutian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he raised his right arm and punched out with a fist that was completely different from the former's. You are courting death. The burly man sneered in his heart. A mere level 7 elixir cultivator dared to face him head-on. He was simply courting death. Not to mention that his spiritual energy was much stronger than his. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to kill him directly. Therefore, he didn't even look at his opponent because, in his eyes, even if he intentionally held back, it was enough to heavily injure his opponent. Boom! The exchange of fists only lasted for an instant. However, when the fist met, the result would be completely different from what the burly man expected. The moment the roar rang out, the cold smile on the brawny man's face slowly froze. Immediately after, there was even an uncontrollable cry of pain that was about to come out of his mouth. Ta-ta-ta! Immediately after, he was unable to control his own body and staggered back several dozen feet. He even left 2 deep marks on the ground. After barely stabilizing his body, Yen Chutian raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he immediately locked onto the figure that he had originally looked down upon. However, his current gaze was just like his expression. How could he dare to show the slightest bit of disdain? At the side, he watched as Yen Chutian casually beat back the expert that he couldn't even withstand. The young girl's delicate face also revealed a trace of shock. It wasn't that she didn't know Yen Chutian's cultivation, but because she knew, she was even more shocked. An elixir 7th level cultivator was so strong against a peak elixir Xiuzha. At the same time, looking at the brawny man who was beaten back by him, Yen Chutian's expression was still calm. This elixir 9th level elixir Xiuzha even took a long time to gather the 5 forces. So why should he be afraid? As for the physical strength, his 3rd grade mysterious young body didn't need to back down at all. Not to mention, his 3rd grade mysterious young body had mutated and was even more powerful than before. Now, do you think you still have the qualifications? Yen Chutian's indifferent voice slowly fell. When he met the former's gaze, the brawny man felt extremely humiliated. After all, he was still saying that he was domineering before, but now he was being suppressed by the other party. Wasn't this a slap in the face? It's still too early to say. Therefore, the brawny man snorted and immediately stepped on the ground. The majestic power in his body slowly circulated, a power that was not as abundant as the spiritual energy, but was clearly more refined, continuously spread out. This was the five forces force. As soon as the power of the five directions appeared, a huge pressure immediately spread out like a tide toward the surrounding world. After using such a power, the brawny man's expression became incomparably arrogant again. He condescendingly looked down at Yan Chutian and proudly said, "I think you will like the power of the five directions." However, the brawny man didn't expect that Yan Chutian would have an indifferent look on his face when he said such words, as if he had completely ignored the brawny man's words and actions. This made the feeling of humiliation in his heart resurface again. This guy actually dared to be so arrogant in the face of the five forces force. Because of this, the brawny man didn't hesitate at all. The five forces force transformed into a palm and immediately pressed down on the former. The power of the five forces was indeed extremely powerful, but it was a pity that he was facing Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian had never feared the power of the five forces. The huge palm was like a dark cloud pressing down on him. When the huge palm was about to hit him, Yan Chutian pointed to the sky with one hand. It looked like a simple attack, but there was an extremely sharp light pillar that shot up to the sky and went straight to the huge palm. The light pillar wasn't eye-catching at first, and the brawny man didn't care about it at all. He felt that the other party was just putting up a desperate struggle. However, when the light pillar and the huge palm really came into contact, the huge palm couldn't go any further because of the power of the light pillar. The brawny man's expression couldn't help but freeze again. How is this possible? The brawny man's face was filled with disbelief. In fact, it was indeed so. No matter who it was, they would be extremely shocked when facing the situation in front of them. However, he didn't expect that his shock was just the beginning. However, the light pillar continued to tear his huge palm inch by inch until it completely penetrated it. The shock on his face was replaced by horror. Then, a thought that he couldn't believe before involuntarily came out of his mouth. This is also the five forces force. Boom! However, no one would give him an answer. All he could see was a huge explosion after the light pillar completely tore his huge palm apart. Then a huge backlash came, causing the brawny man to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. His body, which was already retreating, was once again pushed back by dozens of feet. He was in a sorry state. When he stabilized his body again, this time the brawny man finally didn't have any intention of making a move anymore. This was because he was really scared. He was sure that what the other party used just now was the five forces force. A 7th level elixir cultivator already had the five forces force, which was even stronger than his own strength. It was really difficult for him to have the thought of fighting back. The other party didn't want to make a move anymore, and Yan Chutian didn't force him. That wasn't his character. Moreover, in the battle just now, although the other party was domineering, he had always left a way out and didn't really want to kill him. Yan Chutian understood this situation very well. This was because the brawny man's nature was not evil. It was just that in a world like the Heaven Realm where the strong preyed on the weak, he was born with contempt. This was something that many cultivators would have. Most of them were like him, wandering cultivators who climbed up step by step from the bottom. However, Yan Chutian didn't expect that the brawny man would still drag his broken body and rush in front of him after dissipating his spiritual power. However, this time his attitude was obviously much better than before. He begged respectfully, "Brother, I've been hungry for a few days. Please give me some meat soup. I'm willing to exchange it with heaven crystals." Glancing at the brawny man indifferently, Yan Chutian didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the girl. This was the meat soup she made, so Yen Chutian wouldn't make a decision on his own. The brawny man was obviously a person who was very good at reading people's expressions. When he saw Yen Chutian looking at the girl, he hurriedly said respectfully to the latter, "Little senior sister, please give me a bowl of meat soup." The girl, Cher, was a kind person after all, so she nodded lightly. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she nodded, the brawny man picked up the pot of meat soup and gulped it down. Little senior sister's cooking is really delicious. In the blink of an eye, the brawny man finished the meat soup and patted his stomach. He even patted his stomach very familiarly. This scene made Cher not know whether to laugh or cry. It also made Yen Chutian extremely speechless. Just now, he thought that he had encountered an ordinary cultivator. Now, it seemed that he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was clearly a weirdo. After drinking the meat soup, the brawny man took out the heaven crystals very consciously. And with this, the number of heaven crystals that he took out was extremely large. They directly piled up in front of Cher like a small mountain. This made Yen Chutian think again. It seemed that this was not only a weirdo, but also a rich master. Chapter 400. After fleeing for several hours, Yen Chutian finally chose a hidden valley and entered it. As soon as he sat down, he hurriedly circulated the mysterious yang qi to recover his body's condition. Right now, his primary goal was to adjust his body's condition to its peak. However, the time required for this would not be short. It would take at least half a day. Fortunately, there was no sudden danger in the next half a day. After half a day, Yen Chutian, who had his eyes closed the whole time, finally retracted the mysterious yang qi and opened his eyes. A mouthful of turbid air was gently exhaled by Yen Chutian's movements. Thinking back, Yen Chutian had to admit that he was a little crazy before. He had forcefully accumulated the mysterious yang qi to strengthen the power of the mysterious yang energy. Although the power had indeed reached a level that shocked him, it was still dangerous. The slightest carelessness was enough to cause him to be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had cultivated the third-grade mysterious yang body. Moreover, after absorbing a large amount of heat from the nine-yang abyss, the third-grade mysterious yang body had undergone some changes and become even stronger. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the attack and would have been in a sorry state from the backlash. However, even if Yen Chutian was given another chance to choose, he would still take the risk, because he knew that if he did not do so, it would be very difficult to kill the half-step Yuanyin disciple from the god domain. Moreover, in the end, he did not fall into such a terrible situation. Not only had he killed that disciple from the god domain, but he had also almost completely recovered. However, the mysterious yang body on his right arm was cracked, so he could only use the mysterious yang qi to slowly nourish and heal it. After simply bandaging his right arm, Yen Chutian took out the spatial ring and Qiankuan bag from the disciple from the god domain. Opening the Qiankuan bag, there were only some ordinary things inside. Yen Chutian did not have any interest in them. Thinking about it, the Qiankuan bag could not be set up with restrictions. Even if a cultivator had it, it was impossible to store anything precious. Of course, the good stuff would be stored in the storage ring. There was a restriction placed on the storage ring by a disciple of the domain of the gods, and the restriction left behind by a half-step Yuanyin practitioner, even if he had already fallen, was not weak. Yen Chutian had to spend a lot of effort before he finally opened it. When Yen Chutian glanced at the storage space, he had to admit that the wealth of a disciple of the god domain wasn't something that the son of the Sunblaze city governor could compare to. However, as usual, Yen Chutian had no interest in those spirit spell arrays. This was not only because he did not care for them, but also because they were all spells from the domain of the gods, which made him feel disgusted. He simply put away all the heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and heavenly crystals. While he was collecting these items, he could clearly see a jade sword and a jade box placed at the back of the storage space. The jade box was a divine item. It was covered with mysterious patterns that completely sealed the aura of the jade box, not revealing the slightest bit. However, this didn't hinder him from opening it. When Yen Chutian carefully opened it, an incomparably dense, bloody aura instantly spread out. Within the aura, there was even a dense aura of resentment mixed in. In an instant, even Yen Chutian's heart trembled. This was because the items within the jade box were clearly formed from countless essences of flesh and blood. In such a situation, how could Yen Chutian not understand? The essences of flesh and blood were used to revive the ancient corpse beast. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian felt even more shocked. A disciple of the domain of the gods had killed countless lives to collect the essences of flesh and blood. It was hard to imagine how many innocent lives had been killed in the entire domain of the gods. Damn it! Involuntarily, Yen Chutian clenched his teeth and angrily cursed. This domain of the gods was truly unworthy of death. For the sake of the so-called overlord position, they carried out such a bloody massacre. If they were really allowed to become the final overlord, more than half of the creatures in the entire heaven realm would have already fallen. Moreover, Yen Chutian couldn't help but think about the insufferably arrogant ancient corpse beast that had gathered the power of the entire heaven realm to kill with great difficulty. If it was revived, how could it obey the wishes of the domain of the gods? If it was really revived, the heaven realm would be in a terrible situation. At that time, even the entire heaven realm would be destroyed in its hands. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian felt that this domain of the gods was truly unworthy of death. It took him a while to stabilize his emotions. However, when Yen Chutian probed into the jade sword with his perception, there was an unbearable anger that surged out. Senior Brother Zhang, we found a hidden ancient village. The bloodline of the creatures in the village is extremely pure. Quickly bring the spirit jar of blood over. With a few simple words, it was as if the bloody idea was completely revealed. These domain of the gods' disciples wanted to refine the blood essence of an entire village. In such a situation, even if Yen Chutian wanted to hide and rush back to the Tsangyuan continent as soon as possible, he couldn't ignore it. He immediately memorized the map left behind in the jade sword and impatiently rushed to the location of the hidden village. God bless, when he felt the destination, it was still not too late. At the same time, in the depths of the mountain forest, in a seemingly ordinary open space, several figures in black robes looked forward at the same time. Even though they couldn't see the situation inside, they could vaguely sense that there was an incomparably huge array between heaven and earth. After several days of continuous exploration, they already knew that there was an ancient village hidden in this array, and the bloodline of the creatures in this village was unexpectedly extremely pure. For these domain of the gods' disciples who are responsible for collecting the blood essence of creatures, this was simply the best news. This was because the blood and flesh essence was much purer than the essence of flesh and blood. Even a powerful cultivation couldn't compare to it. If they could bring back the blood and flesh essence of an entire village, their status in the domain of the gods would soar. With this thought, a greedy and excited smile surfaced on the faces of the few figures. They couldn't wait to forcefully break open this protective array. However, when it came to breaking open the array, a trace of trouble appeared on their faces. They already knew that there weren't many powerful cultivators in the hidden village. There wasn't even a Yuanying practitioner, but this great array was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to isolate the entire village from the rest of the world. This array is a little troublesome, a domain of the gods' disciple cautiously said, but soon after, a disdainful snort sounded. It's just an array. It has existed for countless years and has long exhausted its power. If we join forces, are we afraid that we won't be able to break open a gap? Indeed, a remnant array. No matter how strong and profound it was in the past, it is now weak. Several figures spoke one after another and quickly reached a consensus. Immediately after, it was naturally a fierce attempt to break the array. If this great array was broken, the people in the hidden village would most likely be doomed. How could the villagers in the village not know about such a commotion? Even if they didn't know who came and what their purpose was, breaking the array in such a barbaric manner already showed the other party's attitude. They didn't come with good intentions. On a short mountain, the figure of a white-haired old man was looking at the sky above with a worried expression. There was a rumbling sound that sounded like thunder constantly coming from there. Behind the old man, there was a young girl around 18 or 19 years old with bright eyes and white teeth. The young girl also looked in the direction of the commotion, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. "Grandfather, what should we do?" However, before the young girl's voice faded, a figure rushed over from afar and landed on the short mountain. "Patriarch, the sacred monument in the village, blood. What?" The young girl's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed in disbelief. As for the white-haired old man, his stooped body trembled. His originally aged appearance seemed to have become even older. "The sacred monument is stained with blood. Could this be the calamity that our clan will never be able to escape?" The old man muttered as he stared at the sky in a daze. There had long been an ancient rumor that when the sacred monument was stained with blood, it would be the time of their clan's destruction. Now that the sacred monument was stained with blood and the great array was constantly being destroyed, how could he not feel that this was the arrival of a calamity? "Grandfather, this is not our calamity." "It definitely isn't." The young girl gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes revealing a strong determination. No matter what, she would not let her home be destroyed. P.S. I have created a group. The group name is We Are a Family. The group number is 908-597-299. I welcome every book friend to join.